Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Please, Council Clerk, can you please call the, Town Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Council President Robert J. Sylvia. Vice President Paul M. Rodrick.
Here.
Councilor Terry Flynn.
Here.
Councilor M. Teresa Santos.
Here.
Councilor Dennis B. Toronto.
Here.
Councilor Barbara A. Von Billis. Councilor Thomas P. Welch III.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Wendy. Could you please join me in the pledge of allegiance to the flag?
Pledge allegiance of the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So we have a pretty heavy agenda this evening, folks, and it's nice to see everybody in person. That's a first, to see Mr. Welch in person as well. So nice to see you in person, Mr. Welch. Okay, so we have a pretty heavy agenda. We're going to start with our planning board interviews. We do have, it was very well done. I thought, and I'm not sure, we're going to obviously bring them in on Zoom one at a time. And I'm not sure, unless the council wants to go through every single question with everybody, that's fine. We already have the answers. If not, if you want to ask any additional questions, we just need to remember that we need to remain consistent in the questions we ask each candidate. Okay? You guys have any questions about that? Any comments, suggestions? Okay. Okay.
Motion to begin set planning board interviews.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the first person we're going to interview this evening is Paul Croce. We're just waiting for Paul to,
Hello,
he's on, Karen, right? Okay.
can you hear me?
Paul, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Paul?
Can you hear me?
I can hear him.
Hello?
Oh, we can't hear you. Are we good on our end? We are?
I can,
Okay.
I can hear him. Can the council hear Terry?
I can hear the council
with
and
us
I
for a
can hear
minute here.
Terry.
Well, we're trying to figure out on our end, if you could just bear with us, please.
Sure.
We're not sure if it's us or it's you. It's, IT is working on it right now. Terry, can you hear?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you.
Was that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. Can you see me?
we can all see you, yes.
Okay. I did have a
Thank you.
suggestion, but you rattled a little fast. I don't know if this is a time we could do that while they're figuring it out.
Okay,
So I just thought, since you're right, the council has the answers from the candidates on the written questions, perhaps each candidate could summarize perhaps some of their answers for the general public to hear from them.
okay, sure. Yep,
Or a promotion, self-promotion, whatever they like to say.
okay. Paul, are you there? Can you hear us
Can
now?
you hear me? Can you hear
We
me?
can. We can
Okay,
hear you now,
I'm he-
sir. Go
I
right
am
ahead.
here. Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Paul.
Good evening, Paul. So Paul, I don't know how much you heard of it before. We have all the answers for the candidates. If you want to, however you want to present yourself. Anything you want to add, maybe summarize why you want to be on the planning board and, some of the questions so some of the residents so the residents can understand some of the questions that we had, or I can read the questions so that everyone knows what the questions are. And then, you can take it from there, okay?
I think that's a good approach, Paul.
Okay. So the first question that the council asked is, why do you want to be on the planning board? The second question was, what experience do you have that would qualify you to be a member of the planning board? The third question was, what useful knowledge or perspective from your own personal experience would you bring to the position? The fourth question was, what do you think is the most important responsibility of a planning board member? The fifth question was, what would you like Middletown to look like 5 years from now? Question number 6, what do you believe is Middletown's most important land use issue, and how should it be addressed? Question number 7, what ideas or suggestions do you have regarding economic development in Middletown? And question number 8 was, regular planning board meetings typically take place the second Wednesday of each month, starting at 6 p.m., and special meetings are called on as an ad-need basis. Are you available to attend them? So those were the 8 questions that were asked of each of the 3 candidates that applied and answered them. So Paul, if you want to, you can pick and choose what you want to do, or just summarize your answers so that the public and the council can get a feel for you in person, because we have your written answers. Okay, is that fair enough?
That sounds good, Mr.
Okay.
Vice President. I'll go down the questions in order and just touch on them. I'll mention which question I'm commenting on. Question 1, why do I want to be on the planning board? I have been on the board now for 6 years. I enjoy the work, and I enjoy contributing to keeping Middletown a great place to live and helping the town council make it better. I mentioned my experience. I've been on the board for 6 years now, chair as 4 years as chair. Personal experience, of course, my time on the planning board, I've lived in Middletown now for 29 years. And I have a background in engineering, which I believe anyway is good for analyzing and applying critical thought to any issues that come before the board. Most important responsibility, what I responded was to have a good understanding of the town's ordinances and the vision of the comprehensive plan, coupled with a commitment to implement their goals in the best interest of Middletown without bias. 5 years from now, I would like to see Middletown be a vibrant community consistent with the vision of the comprehensive plan, with affordable housing for seniors and families, a thriving Atlantic Beach District, an improved surface water situation and public water on the east side of town. Middletown's most important land use issue in my mind, in my mind, there are several, but the one I put down as the most important was controlling surface water quality. We also have housing, and of course, we have the overall guiding principle of smart growth. But I put down controlling surface water quality because that affects everyone. It affects everyone in the town. Plus, our situation right now is not good, and it's worsening all the time until we do something to correct it. So I put that down as the most important land use issue. Ideas or suggestions regarding economic development. Well, I think once we get the Atlantic Beach District improvements made, that will do a lot to attract economic opportunities. The same with West Main and Cottington, so long as we get an appropriate development for that area. And I'm not giving up on mixed use. I still think we need to improve the ordinance that we have passed slightly, not a lot. But once we do that, I think that will become another vehicle to provide opportunities for economic development. And as far as the meetings, in the 6 years I've been on the board, I've missed only 2 meetings, and one of those was in the first year that I was on the board. I consider these meetings to be important. and I try to attend every one of them.
Okay,
Happy to answer any questions you have.
sure. Thank you, Paul. Does any councilors have any questions or follow-up questions of Mr. Croce? Mrs. Von Villis?
I cannot hear. I cannot hear.
I could not hear her either. Is her microphone on?
Uh,
I can hear you as though you're talking into one of the other microphones.
Listen, you know how
Or in the
to get,
distance.
you know how to get loud.
Pull it close, Barbara.
Have at
Right
it.
Right into it, pull it close.
All right, can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Voice, okay. Let me ask you, Paul, this has been a tough year for everybody. What did you find to be the most challenging thing for the planning board this year?
I would have to say getting the public involved. A lot of people in the public are not Zoom capable. And so when we have meetings, I think there are fewer members of the public present than when we have in-person meetings. Nevertheless, we did have members of the public present and we did afford them the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Any other council have any other questions for Mr. Croce or any follow-up questions to the question, one of the 8 questions that were asked of each candidate? Terry, you good?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Vice
Okay.
President.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Next candidate is Betty Jane Owen. Are you there, Betty Jane? You need to unmute, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try not to shout. I'll try not to use my teacher voice.
We like teacher voices.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now, Paul is a hard act to follow, you know.
Yes, he is, but I'm sure you'll do fine. So, Betty Jane, I read the questions. You know, we have all your answers. If you just want to go down and summarize by question, or if you feel you want to answer each one, whatever you feel you need to do to present yourself the best way you can, feel free to do that.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say that I am a result of the Middletown Public Schools and Wheaton College and graduate school at URI, and I taught at Middletown High. I also lived in Asia and I taught Chinese blind students in Hong Kong. I Braille also. I feel that I have made a lot of contributions to the planning board, but I'm also very aware that of the 2 boards, zoning and planning, that of the 14 members, I am the only woman on the board. And I find that very interesting and unusual, considering that the only other woman recently was Terry Flynn, whom I talked to frequently and who came to me with a number of questions, and we sorted things out, which was very good. So I am the only woman on the 14-member planning zoning boards. What experience do I have on the planning board? I've served on it for a number of years, but as a lead up, I was on the Conservation Commission before I joined the planning board. And I think that that is a very important thing right there. I just didn't jump into the planning board, even though question 3, I did have some personal experience on planning boards because my father's family had property in West Greenwich, and in Coventry, which I inherited when he passed away, along with my sister and her family. So I have always been an environmentalist because my dad was supervisor of agriculture for the state of Rhode Island for many years, as well as the teacher at Rogers High School in science. In the Coventry, West Greenwich area, I made a point of being very, very careful with what I did with the land. There was over 500 acres of land that bordered Lake Mishnock. And underneath that was one of the most important aquifers in New England. I searched for a number of years to find someone who would take over this, who would buy it from me and be creative. And the Kent County Water Authority was the one that did buy it, which was wonderful. I did hold for a short time, a state contractor's license in Rhode Island, one of the few, if any, women at the time. I think I grew up and was guided by family traditions of land. Now, what do you think is the most responsibility of a planning board member? I think to be guided by, as I said in my statement, to be guided by good and smart land use decisions, to attend all meetings, including site walks, and particularly to listen to the neighbors of a proposed development, paying attention to the comprehensive plan on which I served, not only on this comprehensive plan, but I also served on the one I was asked to in Coventry. So I've served on 2 comprehensive plan committees. What would you like to see Middletown look like 5 years from now? I'd like to see, and I use the word in quotes, open space preserved as much as possible, because in our developments, we do include open space for the development. So it's not just house on house on house. It includes an area for the homeowners association to take care of, which helps the look of the project. I would like to see as much as possible happening on West Main Road, as well as the senior development. I hope that the West Main Road project will look a lot better on this side of the land that belongs to the town than what I'm experiencing seeing on the opposite side. Maybe it would encourage the people who own on the opposite side to increase the good looks of their properties. The most important land use issue, this is number 6. I think it's to protect our waterways, to try to solve the water problems, also the septic ones in the eastern part of town, not forgetting that there is a large number of residences in the western section of town. Number 7, what ideas and suggestions do you have regarding economic development in Middletown? I think perhaps the most important thing is to go over the ordinances, make certain they're carefully designed to protect established neighborhoods, to listen to the neighbors and make certain that the ordinances are well designed to protect also the historical heritage of the town. And I tried very hard on Chase's Lane to do that in bringing up before one of the attorneys that I thought that there was a historic home, the oldest one in Middletown, and could it be saved? The attorney had no idea that it was even historic. And by the next planning board meeting, unfortunately, it was destroyed. What ideas and suggestions do you have for economic development? I think I just went over that to see that the ordinances are carefully designed. And I think we need also to listen to the neighbors. Regular planning board meetings, yes, I'm available. As a matter of fact, counting this one in, by the week from Wednesday, there will be 4 meetings for the planning board. So that's about it. I really think. I think that it's, considering that I read in the paper recently that there were a number of volunteer boards that needed to be filled, well over 10, that I wonder whether or not you're going to be able to do this for all of the potential volunteer boards. I was concerned, I have to bring this up if no one minds, with the February 15th newspaper in which one of the council members talked about volunteers and opportunities in Middletown. It was very well said up until almost the last paragraph, when I realized that someone like me, and maybe even Paul, could be stricken because if our resumes are similar to the person who is volunteering, well, the council member will vote for the new person. And I've had a number of people come up to me and say that they don't think that that's a very good idea. I think that's about it, really. I can't think of anything more unless you have a question. Thank
Nope,
you for
and
hearing
neither
me.
can I, Betty Jane. So having said that, are there any councilors that have any questions or follow-up questions or additional questions? Yes, ma'am.
She's not coming through again.
A little louder. Teacher voice.
Yeah, but bigger than that. The sound is not good here today, it really isn't. Going back to the same question that I asked Paul, this has been a very hard year for a lot of people, and I'm just curious as to what you think was the most challenging thing for the planning board this year.
Oh, I think one of the most, if I may answer, please. I think one of the most challenging things for the planning board is to recognize that we've had more continuances this year of various developments based on a number of factors. I think perhaps one of them happens to be that they have been unable to get all the sign-offs that they need for their project, like from DEM or other facilities. I also think that the most important thing here also happens to be that we are trying very, very hard to recognize that the cost of development has become very expensive. And that may well be some of the reasons for some of the developers to back off and to ask for continuances. That's a challenge.
Okay, thank you, Betty Jane. Does anybody, any other councilors? Terry, do you have any questions? Go ahead.
No questions. I would like to respond to Ms. Owen's comment on the town councilor's letter to the editor, because that was me, and I don't mind addressing it personally since it was brought up. And I hope that you understand, having worked with Paul and BJ, that I'm well aware of a lot of their background, so I don't have many additional questions. But I am, as many people might have approached BJ with their concerns about my position, many people have approached me with concerns about having applied over and over again and not getting an opportunity to be appointed. And the biggest problem with that is you get into a catch-22, because then when you really need volunteers, people stop applying. And I think an inflection of a fresh energy, another perspective, is very healthy. And I think, excuse me. And I think that the opportunity is to bring in some new blood. And since these are all public meetings, you know, anyone who has served recently or would like to serve, anybody can go and learn how it's done or help the new volunteers that have been appointed. Because like I said, otherwise you're gonna need volunteers and you're not gonna have a pool of volunteers. And once people start volunteering, their knowledge base is expanded, their knowledge base of Middletown, how things work, and then they can help more residents with the issues of Middletowns. So I think that you want to duplicate yourselves while there's still that opportunity. I hope that explains that.
Okay. Thank you, Terry. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much, Betty Jane. We appreciate it. Next is Stephen Hutler. Stephen, if you're on, could you just raise your hand, please, so Karen can bring you in, please? There he is. Can you hear us, Stephen? Stephen, could you unmute, please?
And the video. There we go.
There you go.
All right.
Stephen, welcome.
Thank you so much.
We've read into all the questions earlier. You're welcome to go one by one if you like. Introduce yourself, and if you want to go question by question with your answers, we have them all already. If you'd like to summarize, however you want to do it, you're welcome to do it, sir.
Thank you, sir. What I think I would like to do, because unlike the other two candidates who are incumbents, and you all in the public know them, and I'm new and you don't know me so well, I think I'll take a little more time and talk about myself and my background and my skills, and maybe cover all of the questions or most of the questions in that fashion.
Okay.
So I was born and grew up in Middletown. I am a proud member of the Middletown High class of 1967. And I would note that ours was the first class ever to enter Middletown High School on its very first day in operation in 1961, because we went from 7th to 12th grade then. Back then, Joseph Godet was our superintendent and not a school building. It's kind of funny when people talk about that building being dated and nearing the end of its useful life. Perhaps I wonder, what does that say about me? I also would say that I have been attending town council meetings for longer than all of you. And the reason for that is because my mom, Hazel Hutler, was the Middletown correspondent to the Newport Daily News for many years. And when I was a kid, she used to drag me to all of the town council meetings and school committee meetings and planning board meetings and so on. So I've had a lot of experience attending these meetings since I was very young. And similarly, I was involved in town and state politics even as a teenager. I had the great opportunity to have been mentored by June Gibbs, whom I know you all must know, who was my closest advisor when I was growing up. And I also had the wonderful opportunity to get to know and do a little bit of work with John Chafee when he was our governor. Anyway, that was my period of time up until I left for college and law school. I went to Georgetown Law School, and I stayed in Washington, D.C. after graduation and practiced law there for 47 years, practiced with what is one of the largest and best known law firms in America. My specialty at the law firm was real estate and land use law. And eventually I became the managing partner of the law firm, which is equivalent to the CEO position of a very large business, only it's really much more difficult in a law firm because managing lawyers is can be quite a challenge. And seriously, I would say that with over 300 partners, one of the skills that I had leading the law firm was the ability to achieve consensus, to bring a group of partners together and find common solutions, which I think is a skill that would be very valuable on an organization such as the planning board. I also had the opportunity to, besides running a law firm, to run a business. I became the executive chairman of a beach resort developer in Fenwick Island in Bethany Beach, Delaware, and for some time led a business that managed the development of a beach community. And this gave me a great deal of insight that I think would also be relevant to this particular position, as well as the ability to know how business people think and evaluate issues and know what's important for business people. I always knew that I would return to Middletown after retirement or when I came close to retirement. Unfortunately for me, my wife fell in love with Middletown as well and agreed. So 7 years ago, we bought a very beautiful home on Elizabeth Lane, which my wife and I both love. We love our home, we love our town, we love our island. And as I completed my transition toward retirement from the active practice of law, I always knew what I was going to do in retirement. People who are approaching retirement are always apprehensive. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I always knew what I would do, which would be get involved in the community that I live in and try to give back to the best of my ability, using the skills and experience that I have where they would, in a way that would add particular value, which is the reason why I would like to have the opportunity to serve on the planning board. I think my combination of real estate expertise, legal skills, business skills, and my passion for this place would enable me to contribute in a meaningful way. And perhaps differently than others. And I swear I did not talk to Mrs. Flynn about this, but I thought that for sure. One of the things I can bring to the table is a different perspective. The fact is that I have real estate expertise and legal expertise, but I practiced outside of Middletown. I practiced in the Washington, D.C. area around the United States and really in some overseas jurisdictions as well. So I've been able to develop some great insights, and I have some ideas for solutions that might be new and that might be different and might be helpful. I kind of think I have the best of both worlds because I know Middletown so well, since this is where my roots are, yet I have this broader perspective of having practiced real estate law and land use law and been involved with development in many different jurisdictions. And lastly, I believe that my skills as a consensus builder, bridge builder, would similarly be helpful in this area where you are always balancing the needs of development with the needs for maintaining open space and maintaining those things that make Middletown such a special place to live. So the bottom line is I would really want to be able to volunteer my time and give my skills and energy to this town that I love and that gave me a great start in life. That means so much to me. If the planning board were not available, I would want to offer myself in some other respects too. But I do believe that given the skills I have and the interests I have, that planning board would be the best place for me, where I can add the most value to my time and energy. I think that covers a lot, other than to say that my real vision is that we really do need to build a town that can do two things. We need to be able to attract younger people and make this a vibrant community where people will want to live and work. But at the same time, we have to accept our demographic reality that we are going to be a smaller and older population, and we have to create an environment where people can thrive in that smaller and older population. I have a lot of ideas for how we can get there, and I think that will solve a lot of the issues that we have in terms of tax base and so on. So I suspect I've talked longer than the others, and I hope I didn't over talk, but I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Stephen, thank you very much. Mrs. Von Willis, you have a question for Stephen?
I really feel as though I need to ask a question similar to the others, only because of fairness. And I know, Steve, you have not been on the planning board, but I'm sure that just from listening to you that you've been very knowledgeable about what the planning board has been doing. And this year has been extremely challenging for everyone. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about what you saw maybe was extremely challenging for the planning board this year because of it being such a tough year.
Okay, I think that's a great question. And my observation is that things seem to be in very slow motion in Middletown, and that it was a challenge to make forward progress on many projects. And I'm sure that that was frustrating for the developers involved, for the property owners involved, for the members of the planning board, and for the town council as well. It was just very difficult, a difficult environment to make progress. And I suspect that there is now a great pent-up demand for things to happen sooner rather than later. And to be sure, things should move forward with alacrity as soon as the COVID situation lets up. So that would be my observation, Mrs. Von Willis, in terms of what was the most difficult thing, this sort of frustratingly slow pace of progress. I also think that the inability to interact socially and together and in person contributed a great deal to that situation. And I'm so excited that hopefully within a month or two, we'll be past that and be able to meet in person, look at each other, shake hands, hug, and do those things that actually contribute to an environment where things can happen and progress moves forward.
Okay. Any other councilors? Mr. Santos has a question for Mr. Hutler.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
What made you choose the planning board as your first position of a committee member? Is it based strictly on your answers to all the questions? And
No. I think that's a great question, and let me tell you why, because I definitely know why. I think it goes back to my love of this town and this island, and I think it's so beautiful and so special. My wife and I have bicycles, and when it's not too cold, we ride around. We go down Green End to Indian Avenue, up and down, and then over Third Beach and to Second Beach, and then over around Paradise, back home again. It's an 8-mile ride, and it is such a beautiful ride, and every day the colors are different and the sounds are different. It's amazing how beautiful of a town that we are privileged to live in. And I believe that it's very important to preserve that, to preserve the beauty of our town and our island, and preserve those things that make Middletown such a special place to live. And I think that the comprehensive plan lays out the principal vision by which that can be accomplished. And I think it's the planning board's duty to execute on the planning board and to do the balancing that the comprehensive plan lays out, to work with the town council and advise the town council in adopting ordinances that carry it out. And then as the comprehensive plan needs to evolve, it will evolve in a way that lays out the vision, the future vision for our town. What will our town look like? Not in 5 years. As I said in my answer, I think that's way too short of a time for a vision. You have to be looking at 10, 20, 30 years. But I think the planning board members, perhaps more than anybody other than maybe the town council members, will establish that vision for the town. It's close to my heart, and I really care what the vision is for this town and what it looks like. And I think the planning board creates the best opportunity, Mrs. Santos, to impact on that vision and the kind of town that we live in.
I have no question.
Here's a follow-up question, sir.
Yes.
Thank you for those answers. I have still another question. I read what you presented for the docket, and you mentioned having grown up in Middletown and you're retired here. But tonight you mentioned that you were born in Middletown. Exactly where were you born in Middletown?
Oh,
Only Teresa would ask that question.
okay. Let me be more precise. I was born at Newport Hospital,
Thank you.
but
for
after those
question.
first 2 days at the hospital, all the rest of the time was on Rockwood Road in Middletown, in a 2 mile corner, right across the street from the West Main Road project that you all have been dealing with. Let me mention that I used to play Little League on that field all the time. It was a great field, still is a great field. And when the building that I guess is the library now was there, it was called the Anchorage. That's where I went for Boy Scout meetings every Monday night. It's an incomparable piece of land, and it's hugely important, I believe, what the town council decides to do with this piece of property. But that's where I grew up, at 2 Mile Corner.
You're referring to
Except for the first 2 or 3 days at Newport Hospital.
Okay, thank you. You're referring to the land across the street as the Voigt Farm. That was owned by the Island Cemetery before the government took over in 1943. That's where I was born.
Oh, so you were technically
guys were
born in
neighbors.
Middletown. Okay,
You and
we were
neighbors.
neighbors. We were neighbors. We
Terry, you have
were.
a question?
Can I just point out, Mrs. Santos will know this. Between my house on Rockwood Road and West Main Road, there was actually a pony stable, and you could get pony rides. I don't know if you remember that. And I remember, well, there was Fagan's Drugstore, the pony stable, and then my house. And so we smelled the pony quite a lot. And my dad was offered this piece of property when they decided that renting ponies was not maybe the most economically highest, best use of property right at Connell Highway and West Main Road. They offered it to him for $2,000. It's like, an acre, $2,000. And I remember my dad saying, ridiculous that they would want that amount of money for that property. So he took a pass.
Do you recall-
Unfortunately for me.
Okay,
Okay, I'm done.
yeah, we need to start
Sorry.
moving along. Terry, you have a question?
I have 3 quick questions, just because obviously I've worked with the prior candidates before and know of their good works. And Mr. Hutler, I just want to ask, have you attended a planning board meeting by Zoom this last year or since you've been back?
I have not attended a planning board meeting. I have attended town council meetings, a couple in person, and some by Zoom.
Okay. Also, could you describe a
And
little
a
bit?
MEDAC meeting by Zoom.
Excellent. And welcome back, by the way. It's
Thank
great
you.
to have you here in town. Could you describe a little bit about what the beach resort development, just describe it so that we have a sense, us being a beach community, I think everyone's curious as to what you were doing in Delaware with that activity.
Sure. This was a developer, my client that I led this company, developed housing on the beach, Atlantic Beach, some high-rise development in Bethany Beach and some single-family and townhouse development as well. So it was residential development as well as commercial development. We built some shopping centers that served the community. We built some recreation facilities. We tried to build a diverse community. We dealt with affordable housing as well. But what I would say was most important, and this is what I think we need in Middletown, so I'm glad you've asked me the question. We tried to, because we were creating a community out of whole cloth, as nothing was there, we wanted to find a place that would be robust and vibrant and that would attract people where they would want to live. So we focused a great deal on community activity and live arts spaces, which I believe are really very, very important to creating life in a community, to build amphitheaters where community groups can perform, to provide stages and opportunities. I think the people love it. It's great for attracting young people. Old people like it too. And I don't mind describing the communities by name. One is called Sea Colony in Bethany Beach, Delaware, and the other is called Bayside in Fenwick Island, Delaware. Approximately 2,000 homes in each of those communities. And a golf course community, a golf course community was built as well. This is when people thought golf courses would attract people to buy homes. That's not true anymore. People like open space more than they like golf courses. So it diminishes the value of your development if you put a golf course on it rather than have open space with trails, we found.
Okay, thank you. Last question. I know that we're on a time crunch. You mentioned in your questionnaire that you'd worked with some local nonprofit community organizations. You had significant activity. I'm just wondering which ones.
Sure. So since I've returned, I've gotten very involved with the Newport Music Festival. I'm the vice chairman of that board and have led it through a couple of very, very tough years along with the chairman. This is the organization, not Folk and Jazz Festival, but the one that brings classical music to the mansions. I would note that I've worked very hard to say that we cannot be just for the Bellevue Avenue crowd. We need to bring Middletown and Portsmouth into what the Newport Music Festival does. And I'm happy to say that we're going to have two performances this summer, July, at the Norman Bird Sanctuary. So we're beginning to find our way into Middletown. So I'm very involved with the music festival. I've just been asked to serve on the board of the Preservation Society. I've been involved with the Preservation Society for a long time, even before I returned to Middletown, working with their committees, but now they've asked me to serve on their board. I am a member of the Historical Society, Newport Historical Society board, and I'm a member of the Touro Synagogue board. So these are the beginning ways that I have done what I indicated I want to do out of retirement, which is serve the communities. I'll note that almost all of those have a Newport nexus, but my heart lies in Middletown. So that's why this is much more important to me.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Thank you, Terry. Stephen, just a couple of observations from myself and listening to your responses. I guess anybody that can get a consensus out of 300 lawyers that have 300 different opinions potentially, that's quite an accomplishment. I used to pick potatoes where your house is currently. And I went to school with June Gibbs's daughter, Elizabeth, in kindergarten right next door to their home. And you said something about, when you and your wife travel on bicycle on Green Avenue and, and then you kind of tied in a little bit with the ponies where Mrs. Santos, we used to live in Middletown years ago and the different noises. Well, I'm sure you got used
I
to
hear the donkeys.
You knew the road I was traveling.
I know. I hear that donkey every morning.
Okay,
It's
very
part of my
good.
day.
Does anybody else have, thank you, Stephen. Does anybody else have any questions of Mr. Hutler? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going
Thank
to ask the council now what the pleasure of the council is. When Wendy called me about the docket Wednesday, I believe it was, she asked if we wanted to put this on. Do you want to take some time to appoint him at the end of this meeting? I put it on in case you wanted to, or do you want to take some time and give it some thought and appoint the next meeting? We may not get to tonight. So having said that, what's the pleasure of the council?
Next meeting.
Terry?
Yes, I think since we might not get to it tonight anyway, let's let those candidates go and schedule for the next meeting if that's the pleasure of the council
Okay.
also.
Okay, Mrs. Von Dillis, same, Tom? Okay, so just so you know, the three candidates, Paul, Betty Jane, and Stephen, that we will make the appointments at the meeting of April 19th. Okay, and thank you for applying and thank you for your answers. Okay, having said that, let's move right along into number two. Number two is the town's legislative concerns to be addressed at the 2021 session of the General Assembly with the town's General Assembly delegation. There's some update of outstanding town legislation, Aquinic Avenue / Greenan Avenue, East Main Road, marijuana and matters related there too. So having said that, I'm going to turn it in a minute to Sean. Senator Palmer had called me earlier. He's probably on by now. He wanted to let us know if he's not on that he had a state finance committee meeting, but he said he should be on by 6:30. So we have Senator Palmer. We have from District 74, Representative State Rep Deb Ruggiero, and from District 72, State Rep, and I hope I get your last name right, Terry Courtfriend. So having said that, if Karen, if you can bring the state reps in, I see Deb.
You want a motion, sir?
Yes, and a motion, please.
Okay. Motion to begin said legislative agenda discussion of the town's legislative concerns to be addressed at the 2021 session of the General Assembly with the town's General Assembly delegation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, having said that, Brown, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Well, I think just like to welcome my representatives from the state with us tonight. I get the privilege of working with them quite frequently through the legislative session, and they are always extremely helpful and responsive to what we need locally. So I'd just like to start by saying that. I had put a list together of some things to talk about this evening, tried to pare it down quite a bit, and I'll just read off what those are, and then I think let the legislators talk about them.
Sean, can I excuse you for just a second? Can you guys hear Sean?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
So the sort of the order in which I put things, the first is just to allow you to start the meeting off and introduce yourselves. Let us know what's happening at the State House. The second item was to get a status on the local legislation that the council has submitted to the General Assembly. The third item is, I think, something that Senator DePalma has mostly taken the lead on, which is getting funding from RIDOT for the Aquinic Avenue reconstruction project. The council was hoping to get some information on the state's marijuana initiative. There are a number of bills floating around. We're trying to get an idea of what seems to have the best chance of making it through the legislative process. One of the counselors had approached me to discuss whether there was any effort ongoing to amend the state open meeting statute to allow for remote meetings after the state of emergency is lifted. We have been having some effective communication on different items using the platform for Zoom, maybe not necessarily for meetings like this, but project meetings and meetings with neighborhoods. The last two items, which are with the short time limit, the council, the administration would ask that you support the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns 2021 legislative agenda, and then just any other items that you want to discuss. So going back to the top, I don't know who wants to go first, but maybe give us a quick update on what's happening at the State House, and we'll run down the list there.
Okay. Is Senator DePalma with us tonight, Sean?
He should be. I'm looking at the screen.
Okay.
It's
I
not,
don't-
so.
I know he said he was calling in. Well, I'm happy to start just for the essence of time. I'm Representative Deborah Giro, District 74, Middletown and Jamestown. And I want to say thank you for the invitation. And it's a real joy to work with Sean and Ron and the council, and good evening to everybody on the council. We have an interesting legislative session because we too are working socially distanced and in some cases remotely with a lot of committee hearings. And we have a number of interesting policy issues, all of which you've touched upon here. Certainly the marijuana issue, the Act on Climate, which was passed, and we'll have it again on the floor, the Senate version tomorrow night, charter schools. There seem to be a lot of issues. I wanted, if I may, I'd like to talk first and foremost about Middletown, because that's really, we're an extension of your town council. So I'd like to talk about those bills. As many of you know, I sit on House Finance, so we've been spending many days drilling through the budget, and I'm chairing now the House Committee on Innovation, Internet, and Technology, of which my colleague Terry Portman, Rep. Portman, also sits on. So we have a broadband bill that I think is going to have some great opportunity, economic opportunity for Middletown and Aquidneck Island. And I'm happy to talk a little bit about that later on. But you were asking first and foremost about the status of the local legislation. We have three bills from Middletown. One is H5107 that allows the town to enroll the full-time police officers hired after June 30th of this year into the town's defined contribution plan. I've spoken with Treasurer Magaziner, and he indicates there's absolutely no fiscal impact at all on the MERS system, and it's a very small portion of the 1324, and he tells me the unit's overfunded. So I don't see any issue with that bill or the bill that gives the town flexibility when abandoning part of a roadway. And I think the third bill, 5126, is prohibiting commercial vehicles on Turner Road. All of these bills have been heard in House Committee on Municipal Government. I will share with you that we have over 1,100 House bills that have been submitted with amongst all of our 75 state reps. So it takes the House a lot longer to hear all of these bills. We're also limited with technology. The IT department is doing yeoman's work, but they can only have 2 hearings in the House and 2 hearings in the Senate every day. So we're meeting on committees every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we're getting through a little bit more than half of those 1,100 bills. My hope is that we'll start seeing a lot of these pop right after the April vacation, which I think we'll still have committee hearings.
because we know we need to get to these bills. So that's sort of an update, Sean, on the local legislation. I don't know if there's anything more you want to know about that.
Nope, just knowing that they've made it through committee and that we're, headed for the floor, especially this early in this session is a good sign. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Rep. Cortman, is there anything that you want to add?
Unmuting myself. No, I think you've summed that up. I mean, those bills have been introduced, and I think sitting on finance, you could probably speak to the marijuana, where we are with that. I'm
Sure.
familiar with the governor's proposal and the Senate bill. So, but I don't have any, you might have more insight as to where you think we might end up at the end of the day with that.
Yeah, Rep. Cortman's right. There are two proposals. One is from Senator Miller. He's put it in just about every year. The other is in the governor's budget. It's Article 11. There is some common ground between these two proposals. House Finance will merge probably both, some revised article into a state budget. There's a lot that's going to happen in the next 90 days. I think the bottom line is it looks like recreational marijuana is coming down the pike. And every city and town, Middletown, has, some options and decisions. One, you can opt out of hosting a marijuana retailer. The budget article shows a local referendum held by November 2nd of this year. And then any zoning changes, and I'm sure you're working with zoning and planning, and there will be ordinances of what you would like to do. That has to be enacted by April 1st of 2022. So I think there's some, work before the council. As for the proposals, Governor McKee's proposal bans home growing of pot. The Senate bill permits 12 plants. The governor's bill is using a lottery to decide winners for the retail licenses through the Department of Business regs. The Senate bill is setting up a whole new state agency called the Cannabis Control Commission, which is what they have in Massachusetts. So it's somewhat of a model. The governor's bill, I think, is projecting 25 retail outlets opening over 3 years, depending on demand. But the Senate bill, I think, has no maximum but a 3-store minimum in each city or town, unless a town opts out of hosting retail marijuana stores. So those are sort of the big highlights. But as I said, there's a lot that's going to unfold.
One of the differences I noticed too is that the Senate bill seems to keep a totally separate track for the medicinal marijuana from recreational marijuana. And I didn't notice that in the governor's proposal, but that's something that occurred, stood out to me.
Right, and the 3 current, the governor's budget article also says the 3 current medical marijuana dispensaries and the new 6 proposed dispensaries, it will be allocated. They can sell recreational marijuana, as well as medicinal marijuana. It'll be interesting to see what unfolds, how it unfolds. I plan to have an open mind and ask an awful lot of questions as I, hear, the governor's budget proposal. That was what we'll hear in finance. So, Sean, do you have any questions, or does the council have any questions about any of that so far? It's so hard when you can't really be there and actually see people. I mean, my full screen is Terry Cortvian,
I can see Terry Flynn and I can see Sean.
Yeah, that's it. I see you, I see Sean, and I see Terry. I'm assuming there are other council members here.
Sure.
We are here, Deb. I can assure you that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez.
All right.
Oh, there you are.
Sean, what else do we have? Greenan Avenue?
Greenan Avenue, Quinnick Avenue, construction from Greenan Avenue to East Main Road. I believe Lou has sort of taken the lead on this issue and talking to the director at DOT.
Has, and I don't know if he's on the call, but I'm happy to talk with Director Alviti and get an update and report back to you, Sean. I didn't want to step on what I know Senator Palmer has been working on, so.
Nope, that would be helpful. I think So my understanding is planning and design is complete.
Mhm.
We had a dispute, the department, the city of Newport and the town of Middletown over the replacement of a water line. And we did, towards the beginning of the pandemic, come up with a solution that we all agreed to, sort of splitting the cost of what needed to be constructed. And it's my understanding that while the federal money is available, the state money, the match is not available. So we are hopeful that with the bonds recently passed and with the budget coming up, that project can receive funding so that it can be completed. It has been discussed in this chamber as long as I have been here for the
Wow.
most part. And from an economic development standpoint, I mean, we have 30 or 40,000 cars go through that corridor a day. It's an important corridor for the town of Middletown. And it's a significant safety issue with the school located on the road. And it's an environmental issue with all of the storm water that comes off of the hill and runs down into the Bailey Brook. So it is an extremely important project to the town, and
Got it.
it's ready to go. And that's really our frustration at this point. So anything that you can do to get it out to bid would be sincerely appreciated.
Will do. I have to call him for another issue, and I'll put this on the docket as well and do whatever we can to move that forward.
Does it have a number in the, do you have a number for the STIP?
I will email that to you after the meeting.
Okay, that'd be
thank you.
great. Be nice to reference it, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Um,
And then I think lastly is just there may be other issues, but on my list, the discussion that's happening at the state about changing statutes to allow the ability to meet remotely. I wasn't sure if you're involved in that or what the discussion is. I know there are the people that, you must meet in person, but we've had great success in getting neighborhoods and small groups together. Where people, it actually is easier to zoom in and take care of some of the smaller items within the community. So
Yeah, there is a
Without-
bill.
Yeah.
go ahead.
There is a bill out there, and I did, it's Rep. Marzlikowski's bill, and I did email, I did text him today just to get an update. He said it's been heard, and much like the other bills.
Yeah, I think the
didn't really
question is there a Senate companion? I always ask people, what's the genesis of the bill? Why are you putting it in? For whom are you putting the bill in? The act would amend the open meetings law, the governor's executive order to allow virtual meetings and participation by electronic communication, kind of like what we're doing right now, until July 1st, 2023. So it's amending the sunset so that it continues. To your point, Sean, a lot of people who maybe would not get in their car drive down to the Middletown Town Hall, find parking, although you have great parking, and then go into a meeting, find it so much easier to be able to log in and at least find out what's happening at the town council. Do you have a position on the bill, or are you just asking the status of it?
My position would be the council's position. So that's an easy one to make.
Well, that is a very easy one. Does the council want to weigh in on it? Do they have a position? Because I always like to know, and if you have a position,
Yes.
hopefully we'll get a resolution.
Deb, I'll answer that question for myself and Dennis. Dennis just kind of gave me the nod. He says yes. I agree with Sean. I mean, I think it's important that the more information and the more people participate and the more people we can educate, more residents we can educate, I should say. Who cares if it's by Zoom?
Right.
Some good things have happened, and we've been able to get through some, or we're trying to get through some very difficult issues. And we've received a lot of good feedback. We might have made decisions otherwise if we didn't get that kind of feedback for the residents that are participating. And let's face it, it's easier for them to go home and do it from home and not have to come to town hall.
Right.
So it's probably more comfortable for them to speak, and you're probably going to get a lot more participation at the same time. So, I mean, for myself, I'm all for it.
Good. Well, I would hope that you would be, but I wanted to ask and get your opinion on it. I totally agree. As much community participation as anyone can get. I mean, I'm a big believer in consensus building and as active as people can be. You know, you listen, you learn. This is how you make bills better, how you make ordinances better. So I'm glad that there is some agreement, you know, around it. I really think as horrible as COVID has been and how it's turned our lives upside down, there has been some good that's come through it. And part of it is this kind of openness with Zoom and the accessibility of people to be able to attend meetings, you know, as Vice Chair says, that they ordinarily maybe would not have attended.
Okay.
Totally.
Sean, you have anything else?
No, it's more or less open for discussion at
Okay.
this point.
Is any council, Mrs. Santos?
Good evening, Deb, Terry. It's Mrs. Santos.
Hello.
Hello, Teresa.
I have a question. I've been after Quinnipiac Avenue for many, many years, and finally it's coming down to the last paperwork and bids and so forth, and even those take time. What I'm concerned about, Quinnipiac Avenue has been dug up, has been filled in. What I am concerned at the moment, across from the storage facility, there has been a deep hole that has been filled. Now it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper. It's right across from the facility and it's headed north. And every time your car hits it, you sink into the ground because it's getting deeper. It's sinking into the ground. That has to be addressed first before anything else is done. They've got to fill that cave in. It's caving in. That's what it's doing. So if that can be done before any of the paperwork gets started, that would help us.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilwoman Santos.
I'll go check that out.
Hmm.
I'll take a few pictures of it so we can.
Don't get stuck in it.
Okay,
I will not get stuck in it. I will be very.
Okay.
and I think we'll get that over to Director Alvidi and Nicole Pope and get them on it for sure.
Okay. Council Toronto has a question.
Good evening and thank you, Terry and Deb. I appreciate you guys taking the time tonight. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to put this out. We don't have to any discussion, but National Grid is on my radar. I know it's on the council's radar, but I'll speak for myself. You know, what's happening in regards to the infrastructure coming to the island. And there's a lot of conversations going on with Portsmouth, Newport, and Middletown. This is a top issue. We're right now, I mean, as you guys are aware of the situation we have with National Grid and the inefficiencies of their ability to provide a full service to the island. There's a lot of different conversations going on. So I'm just hoping that the state is on top of this. The National Grid is selling off part of their company. And we need to do something about it. They're impacting Middletown in a big way. They're reestablishing all the new telephone poles in town. They're, again, you know, we're trying to improve the Atlantic Beach District, and we've got a $17 million to $20 million bid to bury the utilities, which went up from $5 million. So you could see that's a shocker. And National Grid's a monopoly. What are we going to do to give options? That would be my question. So thank you. And again, I'll just reach out to you maybe in a little time to get your thoughts on that.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And that's an excellent point. You know, along those same lines, I think we also have a real broadband issue on the island. You know, high-speed internet, fiber optic internet is something I've talked about. I'm hopeful that my broadband bill will actually, it's had a great hearing. There was no one opposed to it except Cox, but many people in support, because as we've learned, you know, if COVID has shown us anything, is that we are all reliant on high-speed internet, fiber optic, not coaxial cable, because we're Zooming, you know, we're doing business at home, we're having our distance learning with our kids. So I've been in conversations with the Newport Chamber, and they're working with the foundation and trying to get some monies so that they could actually do a proposal, you know, to actually do some GIS tracking of Newport County. I'm hopeful that the purpose of the broadband bill is to, when we had Rhode Island broadband back from 2010 to 2015 in the state, we had 5 full-time employees back when we had federal funding. When that funding went away, those 5 full-time employees, because it was disbanded, were put into other areas in state government. My bill says, let's track one of those persons, get them back into a commerce, and have someone to oversee technology trends, federal funds. The state of Rhode Island is losing millions of dollars in federal funds for broadband and connections. And as you know, Middletown, all of Aquidneck Island, they're part of 8 communities that, to your point, Dennis, when you said no choice, there are no options. So I believe we can create good partnerships because we do have Cox and Verizon, who pretty much have the entire state to themselves, and they are good corporate citizens. But I believe we have to start looking at what are we doing for the consumers, for the residents, and for our small businesses. That is part of how we have to get back into the game in the 21st century, and high-speed fiber optic is so important. President Biden, I think, is going to be putting forth more federal dollars for that. And I just want to make sure that Rhode Island is positioned that we can access federal dollars and then use them with municipalities to build out some of this infrastructure. So I will keep you posted on that as well.
Thank you.
Dennis, if you wanted to reach out to me, I could share with you what I know. There's docket 5099 going back to the National Grid issue. I think that the PUC 5099 had National Grid asking for $4 million to do study on the issues on Aquidneck Island, and I think they got some pushback. But I think the comment period has now closed on that, but we could talk about that.
Yeah, that's the Aquidneck Island gas outage. And yeah, that's true. That's right, Rep. Cortrian. It was a $5 million study, and the PUC said you can't be charging ratepayers for this, especially because the project is going to be 4 or 5 years down the line. So come back in 4 or 5 years if you actually do the project, then maybe you can ask for ratepayers to pay for it. So that was a really important decision that the PUC made, which I was thrilled about, because that was my question when I sent an email. I said, you cannot put this on the back of the ratepayers. This is what your job is. Put it on the shareholders, but not ratepayers. But
No,
that's
I would-
great that you're on that.
I would agree. And when they spoke with us, I informed them they're behind the curve. They knew there was a problem.
Mm.
They knew that they didn't have the right infrastructure in place to support the capacity of what the island was mandating, and they just waited. And then it became too late because we had the outage, gas outage in the middle of winter.
That's right.
And now they just want to well, maybe we'll get a barge, or maybe we'll turn everyone electric. I mean, we need a solid recommendation from National Grid, and they know what the right thing to do is.
Mhm.
So that's just me personally. It bothers me. I don't think that, we should be exposed to that. And I think they should have done something up front before it became an issue. But as usual, they waited until it was an issue. It cost the island millions of dollars, and we still don't have a fix. We're fortunate we got through the winter, but it'll be back again next winter.
Right, the fix is to have this, emergency LNG, which nobody's happy about.
No.
Whether it's on Old Mill or if they move it over to the Navy side off of Burma Road, there's going to be neighbors over there that are unhappy. So.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
Terry, did you have your hand up? Terry Flynn?
No, Mr. Vice President, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. So any other councils have any other questions or ideas to bring forward for the legislative agenda? I would just conclude by saying Aquidneck Avenue is we are anxious about that.
I
So
understand.
it's been a
We'll-
long
we'll-
time coming, and there's been a lot of hurdles, but we're just about there. We can't see if we can't get that with the help of you folks, get that over the finish line for us. That'd be great.
And Mr. Vice President, you're absolutely right. And with the American Rescue Plan coming into the state, we have almost $2 billion. And we have 1.1 billion going for state government, but about 542 million is going to be distributed for cities and towns. And I think Middletown is getting somewhere around 1.5 million. We have about 415 million going to the K through 12 school districts. So That's some good news, but we hear you on Aquidneck Avenue. It's on the list to do, and we'll report back to Sean, if that's okay.
That would be fantastic. And again, Senator Palmer, just as a reminder, he had a state finance, Senate Finance Committee that, and something else that he told me that I actually forgot, that he
wasn't
had to
sure.
attend at the State House this afternoon. So he was going to try to get on. He just didn't blow us off. He had a commitment that he tried to
No,
get.
no, and I'll brief Senator De Palma as well. Rep. Cortland and I
Okay.
will have a conversation. Thank you very much for all you do for Middletown and for your service. And thank you for
Okay.
inviting us.
Thank you guys for attending. We appreciate
you.
what you do.
You're
Looking
Thank
forward
you.
to
Yeah,
continue
thank
to
you,
working
Terry.
with you guys.
You're welcome, Terry. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sean, you got all that?
I did.
Excellent. Okay. I'm going to ask the council now if we could, there may be a lot of people that want to speak on item number 22. I'm sure we've all received the emails. I know I have. I'm sure you have as well. And I'd ask to entertain a motion to move number 22 up at this time. And the reason I'd ask to do that is because I think that my opinion, and just kind of want to know what you feel based on the feedback from the residents on this ordinance is, a lot of them aren't happy about it. So I would like to see it actually go back to the planning board for review again and see what they come up with, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to support it based on the feedback that I've seen from the residents. And our job is to listen and come up with the best solution as a whole. So having said that, that's I'd like to see if everybody's okay at least moving this up. Terry?
Yes, so the first action is to move it up from 22 spot to now,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. So
Yes.
I'll
Support
make
that.
a motion that we move number 22, item number 22, up to right now, please.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number 22, let me just read that in. Number 22 is a public hearing. Public hearings advertised, butters have been notified in order to the town of Middletown first reading, in order to revision to the comprehensive community plan, the future land use plan, map L4 of the land use element of the Middletown comprehensive community plan is amended to bring consistency between the future land use plan and the town zoning map for selected parcels fronting on Aquidneck Avenue, Browns Lane, Carriage Trail Drive, Dexter Street, East Main Road, Fairway Drive, Goldenrod Drive, Green End Avenue, Johnson Terrace, Loring Street, Meadow Lane, Mitchell's Lane, Morrison Avenue, Oakwood Road, Prospect Avenue, Reservoir Road, Ridgewood Road, River Run Road, Tony Lynn Terrace, Turner Road, Wayside Avenue, Wintergreen Drive, Wood Terrace, and Wyatt Road. Subject parcels are identified on attached map. Just for a point of record, as I was reviewing this because I live on Prospect, it almost looked like it was near my property, so I actually addressed it with Sean and Ron, and it wasn't. I wasn't on the list, so I just want to make that clear. Because somebody might say, well, he lives on Prospect, and so I just wanted to make that clear. So we would need a, what's the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Vice President?
I'll be right with you, Terry. Mrs. Von Villis.
I can't hear Councilor Von Villis.
Okay,
Okay, motion to forward this item back to the planning board for further review and recommendation.
Just,
okay. We have a motion and a second now. Mrs. Flynn.
thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I'm sorry, I can't hear I can hardly hear either of the counselors. I can hear you fine, Mr. Vice President. I'm not sure why, but so I just want to kind of summarize a lot of the emails that we have gotten, and I have had conversations with the neighborhood, having a planning board background. I understand that the purpose of this is to bring the comprehensive plan map into agreement with current zoning. So it's almost as if there's printing errors, almost like misspellings, but it's in the color coding of the map. So what this is doing, and if Ron's on, he can certainly correct me, but it's my belief that what this is proposing is simply to put the right colors on the map in the comprehensive plan so that they match what is actual zoning. Now, and if I'm summarizing wrong for the residents, they can certainly weigh in also. So what the residents have discovered, having seen their address in the advertising in the paper, is that their lots exist, but fall into a different zoning definition than what they are. So they're actually their actual zone is R10, which is high density, but they're all on 20,000 square feet or more, which is R20 and medium density. So what they're asking is to maintain the integrity of their neighborhood and get their zoning, and they all agree that's what they want in their neighborhood, get their zoning to more appropriately reflect their neighborhood and their wishes for the future, and have that match the future land use plan. So I would potentially have the council consider this isn't a motion, but for discussion, the council could approve with the exception of the plat 121 Northwest lots 104, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, and 112. And then give direction, to the neighbors, and we might need guidance from Ron. What is the process for them to then, what steps would it take to change their zoning from R10 to R20? And at the same time, so you're not duplicating public hearings, you change the future land use plan map colors to match that new zoning. And you would do that all at once. That we were sort of clearing the project. This is the very last submission of trying to make the comprehensive plan match zoning. And we could do it with everything but those 8 lots, given that scenario.
Okay. So I appreciate that input. I would rather see it just go back and be done clean. That way it's done at once, it's done right. Residents aren't confused by what we're trying to accomplish here. And I think that that's probably, in my opinion, that's probably the best way to do it.
Well, Mr. Vice President, to respond, I didn't want to interrupt or speak out of turn.
No, go ahead.
So what would have to happen, however, is there would have to be a zoning change step for these 8 lots. So it would push everything back, so that those 8 could get a zoning change, and then everything would come forward to have the color codes match. So either way, you're going to have another set of public hearings. It's just you're going to carry all of those other ones, and there's quite a few, as you know. It's going to delay getting those in matching between.
Yeah, my concern, Terry, would be that's not the way it was advertised.
Oh, so we cannot change that motion to exclude the 8 lots from our approval?
Mr. Solicitor.
My suggestion, Mr. Vice President, is if there's a concern that perhaps what is being presented to the council by the planning board is either, number one, not looked upon favorably by the residents in that area. And I think one of the issues was, and while things are advertised, people don't always attend the meetings until they get to this step in the process. My recollection is there probably wasn't much, if any, public input on this when it was in front of the planning board. So I think allowing the planning board to get that public input when they reconsider it would be helpful. Also, consistency between the comprehensive plan and the zoning can be done in one of 2 ways. You can change the comprehensive plan, or you can change the zoning, or you can do a little bit of both. If the idea here is that we may be looking at doing a little bit of both, that can go back to this can go back to the planning board, and then the planning board, if that's their recommendation, can send both a change to the comp plan and perhaps a change to the zoning code back at the same time. So we're, you're looking at both of those together. So once again, I think sending it back under these circumstances is probably, although it may take a little bit longer at the end of the day, I think it'll be the cleanest way to do it.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Okay. Does anybody, any councilors have any other questions? You're okay with that, Terry?
Yes. And
Perfect.
Good. Let's move on.
Go ahead, I'm kidding.
Well, I guess I was just wanted to do a quick survey of the council to get their initial reaction to all those emails that we got from the residents. And do you agree with their goal to have their zoning match their neighborhood and to be changed to maintain their neighborhood in the way that it is?
What is that, Peter?
I was going to say, changing the zoning is not on the agenda. The only
Oh.
thing that's technically on the agenda is changing the future land use plan.
Right.
Okay.
So I wouldn't weigh in
Right.
on that
Okay.
at this
Okay.
point in time.
Okay, thank you.
sir.
Okay, so there's a motion to, in a second, to refer this back to the planning board for review. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to move that up. Okay, let's get back to
Number 3.
number 3. Number 3 is resignation. Number 3 is memorandum of Council President Sylvia in reference to his resignation.
Motion to receive said memorandum and resignation with regret.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 4, memorandum of town administrator in reference to discussion of process for filling town council vacancy.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
We have a motion and a second to receive memorandum. Any discussion? Sean, you have anything you want to add, or was pretty clear what you sent out? I just want to make sure the public has an opportunity to hear what and understand what's going on.
Yes, and the solicitor will want to weigh in also, I'm certain. The purpose for putting this on the docket was just to make certain it was understood that section 209 of the docket, the town charter, what it says regarding the filling of a vacancy, if it should happen on the council. And essentially, this is a process that's determined by the council. There is no set criteria other than the person needs to be qualified. The charter itself does not outline a process, nor does it outline a period of time in which it must happen. In reviewing this with the clerk and the solicitor, there's also no rules that have been historically challenged through an ordinance or the council rules or some other creation that may have occurred. So the purpose for putting this on the docket this evening was to make you aware of that, and also to create an opportunity for you to have discussion about how the 6 of you want to proceed in filling that open position now that you've accepted Councilor Sylvia's resignation.
Right, okay. Okay, so we'll talk about that on the next one, what process we want to use. We have a motion and a second to receive the town administrator's memorandum. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, number 5, discussion and adoption of process for filling town council vacancy.
Motion to begin said discussion of adoption process for filling town council vacancy.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so I'll give you my 2 cents for what it's worth. I've heard a lot of, obviously, I'm sure as well as my colleagues here on the council have. I've heard both ends, you should take the next person in line. I've heard that was the will of the voters. I've heard that, you should pick whoever you want to pick, qualified person. My personal opinion, I've been on councils where a councilor resigned because he had moved he got remarried and he moved to Portsmouth. The council did not fill that vacancy. And I think they didn't fill it because I think there was only like 6 or 8 months left or less. And they decided not to fill it because election season was upon us. And that was the choice that council made. I seen when I was much younger, a couple of years ago, when a council member had to resign for reasons I will not say. And the council appointed a person. This was back in the late 80s, early 90s. They chose a person they wanted. They appointed that person. And again, just reading back to what section 209 of the town charter says, filling vacancies in membership. If a vacancy occurs in membership of the council for whatever reason, the remaining members of the council shall select a qualified person to fill the vacancy until the next regularly scheduled state or town election, at which time the electors shall elect a qualified person to complete any unexpired portion of the term. The charter does not provide, as Sean stated, a specific time frame or process for filling the vacancy. This discussion tonight by the council will specify the process to fill the vacancy left by Council President Sylvia's resignation. So going back to that, I think that we should advertise. I think in the spirit of transparency, I think we advertise. And I think that, we advertise for whatever time frame you feel is adequate. And then, we bring people in and we interview them, kind of like we did planning board, and then we make a decision. That's just my 2 cents. That's how I feel about it. If that's somebody that's on someone that ran for council, that's great. But I think in fairness, I think process wise, I think that way it doesn't say, well, they just chose that person because they know that person, or they chose that person because the next person was in line. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I just think that in the past, I've seen processes. I know when there was a vacancy in the school committee, the town council actually is, by charter is required to interview and pick that person. I was on that council. We did that. We did the same thing. We advertised, we got it down to 2 or 3 candidates, and then we chose, the council made a decision. So that's my 2 cents, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President. I don't agree with you.
Okay.
I think we should follow the results of the election.
Okay.
I think that to me, it's perfectly logical. It certainly is transparent. The list already exists. The people did their due diligence to get on the ballot, and they were obviously qualified. So that checks that box. And it follows the wishes of the voters. And as
Right.
you said earlier, our job here is to listen to the people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the people have spoken. And I don't think that if we advertise, you're right, the people that are on the list could certainly reapply. But then that puts it in the hands of the 6 of us to decide who we think is the best candidate, as opposed to the people who have already spoken.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Mrs. Von Villis?
I'm kind of in the position of suggesting a compromise. I like the idea of advertising, but I honestly don't think it ought to be open up to the public. At the same time, I hear what Tom is saying in terms of people that ran before.
Yep.
My suggestion would be take applications from those people who were on the ballot and then let us review it.
I have an echo with Councilor Von Villis. I really didn't hear what she said.
Councilor Von Villis said that she has a compromise. She thinks maybe we should take applications from the people that were on the ballot and then make a decision from there. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, I'm kind of leaning where Tom's leaning. I think it's the people have decided. I definitely have heard from a number of residents who feel that's the right way to do it. So I am leaning that way. If we want to do a compromise, I'm fine, but I'm definitely leaning more towards letting the people decide and just going down and see, whoever came in eighth, they're interested, then we should consider that. And then, if they're not, then move on to the next person, because that was the vote. And if I was sitting in eighth place and the seat had opened up, I would kind of hope that I would get that seat. So that's just the way I'm leaning at this time.
Okay. Terry, do you have an opinion?
Always, and thank you for asking for it. So, I just think of it again back to it. We could go through the advertising, even the interviewing process, and take more time to handle another task on our plate. But we already have a list of the qualified people, the candidates that ran, and it would be very hard to explain to the people, I think, why we didn't use this list. Each candidate campaigned, they took time with the voters, they spent money advertising, putting out their message, wrote endless responses to papers and interest groups who requested them, and participated in online interviews. We couldn't possibly have more to ask them, honestly. And I think that we should, it's okay to do something simply for a change. And I think that if we exhaust the ballot list and no one is, willing or able, they took jobs, they had babies, they moved, went in another direction, then we maybe come back and come up with another alternative method. But I think that I'd like to go an easy, expedient route that's very transparent to the public.
Okay. Mrs. S, you have any comments?
I do, but I'll keep them to myself.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like the only thing I would say is this. If you have somebody that you may feel that, look, when you build a team, and I get it, the voters elected the team, I get all that, right? And I don't disagree with that. When you're building a team's about chemistry, is the way I look at it. And you got to have people that you can work with. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying the next person on the list I couldn't work with. I'm not saying that. I really don't know that person all that well. I know some of the other people on the list. Some of them I'm not sure I could work with if they were next, to be honest with you. So, and also, as far as the will of the voters, I agree. If the will of the voters were that strong, they would have been elected. So that's my 2 cents. I'll do whatever you guys want to do. That's fine. Whatever you think's fair and transparent is what what I'd certainly agree to. So, Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I agree with a little more of what you just said. But if we are willing to go back to the list from the election, you could also argue that the person that sits in number 8 was the next closest person that was available that could have won. So the work is already done for us. If we are willing to use the list, I don't feel it's our place to then reposition the people when it's already done.
Okay. All right, no problem. So I'm getting the consensus that, yes, Terry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, not to interrupt you. So I actually lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry, because I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead. I'll get back to it.
So I'm getting, my gut tells me that the majority of the council wants to just pull from the list. Is that the process you want to use?
I do.
Okay. Okay. Terry, you're okay with that?
Does it need to be a motion? And what I wanted to say was that I think that actually, Paul, you could probably work with anybody. So, which is why, I've supported you in the past in a leadership role. So I think that all of us would do that. That would be our job.
Yeah.
So does this need a motion to, canvass the, utilizing the ballot, canvassing those on the ballot to see if they are able and willing to fill the vacancy?
Is that your motion?
I have a motion, Mr. President.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's written down here. Do you
Well, that-
want to do it?
No,
Let
that's,
her do it.
no, that's just the process. That's
Okay.
if we decide on the process. So if we're deciding on the process,
Yes, that would be my motion, I guess.
yeah, that's fine. So, yes, Mr. Toronto.
Thank you. Would that change the process going forward, or is this just for this? I mean, what are we?
No, it's by council. The charter says the council has the ability to develop whatever process they want within whatever time frame they desire. That's what section 209 says. So, say it happens the next election, and, I get tired of you and I'm like, I don't want to work with you anymore. I'm out of it. So the council can say, hey, we want to pick the next person, or you know what? That didn't work out so well last time, or it worked out great. We're going to keep the same process. That's up to that sitting council. And that's what the charter says. So,
Okay, thank you.
but I do enjoy working with you. I just want you to know. Yes, ma'am.
I believe Mr. Brown had something to say. Did you, sir?
I'm sorry, Sean, did I miss you?
Paul said it.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to add in legally from the
Yeah,
process?
I just want to, I'm not exactly sure on exactly what Councilor Flynn's motion is.
Oh.
And just want to also make it clear, and I think that the clerk also would like some clarification, that make it clear that we're not picking anybody tonight because
Right.
that's not on the agenda. It's just the discussion tonight about the
Okay.
process.
Okay,
So to clarify, if I'm up next, Mr. Vice President.
sure, go right ahead.
So just to clarify Councilor Toronto's question, this isn't a charter change. This is just for this particular situation. And I don't know if you were trying to say something about not wanting to work with somebody anymore. That was a Freudian slip there. But
Okay,
so the motion would be for the process, for the procedure to fill the vacancy, be to canvass the candidates from the ballot in the order that they received the highest votes to the lowest votes to see if they are still willing and able to fill the vacancy. Does that cover it from what the conversation was?
sure does. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, Peter,
Yes, sir.
so who reaches out at this point?
I think it would be
Wendy?
the town clerk. Wendy would do that.
Okay. And does the council have a desired time frame? By the next meeting?
Yes, sir.
ASAP.
Okay, so by the meeting of the 19th of Wendy, is that give you sufficient time?
So you want me to contact all of them or just the next?
The next one's in order.
Yeah, I would contact
Contact number 8, contact number 9, and
both.
if there's interest, we need to be aware of that, okay? If an 8 has interest, we need to be aware. If they don't, then we go to 9. If 9 has interest, we need to be aware. If they don't, we go to 10, and so forth.
So if
Okay?
it stops at 8. You want me to just stop there or you want me to just keep going?
That's what we
I
voted.
believe the motion was to canvass the people on the list in order. So my suggestion would be simply to canvass all the people on the list and then
Okay.
bring that back to the council so that we don't end up in a situation where we've got to
Keep going back.
start the process
Right,
again.
okay, fair
So I
enough.
will call all of them, find out if they're interested. Who's interested, I will give you the list.
Yes,
Okay.
very good. Is everybody clear?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Welch.
I just don't understand why we would do that. If we went to number 8 and that person said yes,
Yeah.
why do you have to keep going?
I think Peter's point, I understand what you're saying. I think Peter's
And
point,
I'm not suggesting that, I'm just for the sake of expediency, in case something happens between now and the 19th that changes that situation. It just would be helpful to speak with number 8, number 9, and so on, so that the council has, If for whatever reason, there's a need to proceed to the next person, you can do that immediately and not wait another meeting. That's all.
Mr. Santos.
I agree with Mr. Welch. Town clerk's office has so much on their plate. We're adding more to their plate. They're going to be sleeping here. So if we take the next person, as Mr. Welch has mentioned, and he says yes, we're done. She doesn't have to call 50,000 people more.
It's also high on how I understood or the motion that was made to canvass the candidates plural in order. So that's,
Candidates.
Well, I kind of agree with Tom. I think that, and maybe I read into the motion, I'm not sure, but if 8 says yes, then that's it.
We're
If
done.
8 says no, we go to 9.
That's right.
I mean, I think it's that simple.
that's fine.
Terry,
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So the intent of the motion, I know that it was to stop once you found someone who is willing and able, but as a compromise, perhaps we go down that list, and once you get 3, we're bound not to have anybody change their mind or end up in the hospital or is sick of working, with us before they even get here. I think 3 would be adequate, a list of 3. What do we think about that? Would that satisfy the town clerk's level of effort and get what we need to get done?
I think the motion's been clarified. I don't think, otherwise we have to re-vote on this. And
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
we can,
again,
I
if
think we
8,
have the
you
message
call
of what
8
the
and
council
8
wants to do.
says yes, then it's 8. If 8 says no, then it's 9.
But we have to canvass them all based on the motion. So I apologize, Wendy.
No, it's all good. So we had a motion, a second. We voted on that, right? And we're good to go.
We're good to go.
So
Thank you.
May I ask you,
Yes,
where do
ma'am.
we stand, please, Mr. President?
So we voted on the process
Right.
of, she's going to call number 8. If number 8 says, yes, I'm
Then
interested,
we're done.
then we're done.
Good. Thank you.
Can you just make a clear motion that that's what I'm gonna do, because that's not how the first motion came out? So this is after the second discussion, so that I can do that, make just maybe that 1 or 2 phone calls.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would somebody like to amend the motion? Would you like me to do it?
If
Terry, you have to
Councilor Flynn
amend your
would
motion.
move-
I'll amend the motion
Thank you.
that, so if I do this right, Wendy, help me out. If I do this wrong, help me out. So the motion would be amended that as soon as you have a candidate response that they are willing and able, you do not need to continue the canvassing.
Perfect.
I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Amen.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so let's move on to town business update. Number 6, memorandum of town administrator in reference to town business update.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye. Mr. Brown.
Very quickly, the memo that's provided to you includes an update on the objectives the council adopted as priorities for this session. I had also received an email from Councilor Flynn to add a number of items to it. So this is the March update. Just to cover a few of the items, to be quick about this, Karen, if you could flip up, or Nate, the screen. One of the items that council voted for at its last meeting was the creation of a platform to share information about the senior affordable housing project. So we were able to do that quickly with the new website. On the screen at the bottom, there's a button, and then there's a module within the website called Middletown Shares. And what this allows us to do is set up an area of interest for town residents where we can include and list documents as well as seek input from the residents about the specific project. So if Nate flips the screen, you'll see that we've already has it set up. So we have a summary of the project. We've started to include the different documents that are available about the project. And then also on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see where people are able to enter comments or information about the project. So this will be available for the senior housing project as requested or future projects in the future. And just want to thank Matt Shealy for getting on that as quickly as he did. Just another item of interest, short-term rentals. This is on the docket again tonight. The one thing that's not on the docket, just to provide you an update, is that for the past 3 weeks, the staff have met to review basically an internal protocol on how we're going to deal with short-term rentals that we hope we'll finalize this week, and we'll publish that on the website. So it's clear how we're going to respond. We've also been reviewing that with the solicitor on a weekly basis to make sure that we have a process that is efficient and will work well with the town ordinances. So short-term rentals have been busy in town hall. We've received a number of concerns from residents within the neighborhoods, and we are processing those, and we're using that as a base set of data to make sure that we're running through the different steps the way we should. So that's been helpful. The clerk's office has been processing applications, and we're beginning to do inspections, but it has been a considerable amount of work. Later on tonight, in regard to water issues, we'll talk a little bit about the Mayford River restoration, as well as the floodplain. So that has been active over the past weeks, meeting with residents as well as with the project group. And then lastly, there is an update from the planning board. These are the items that the council or the town clerk has received. And as you can see in the table, a lot of those items are starting to move through the agenda, the town council's agenda. So some of those items are being either heard tonight or being advertised for the May 3rd meeting. But we're starting to see that log jam, unjam, and the work start to flow. So I think that's something that we all want to see as those planning items move forward.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Thank you, Sean. Okay, let's move on to the public forum.
Oh, Mr. Vice President?
Yes,
Are we asking questions?
I'm not, is that part of the business update or?
I think I'm supposed to provide an update. If there's questions, it becomes a docket item in the future.
Okay,
Yeah,
very good.
okay, thank
I'll
you,
catch
Terry.
up with Sean another
Yeah.
time, if you don't mind, Sean.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, Terry, and I
Always
think
available.
that's a great idea. That's the best way to do it, really, you
No
know?
problem.
Thank you. So number 7, public forum pursuant to Rule 25 of the Rules of the Council. Citizens may address the town on one subject only, said subject of substantive town business, neither discussed during the regular meeting nor related to personnel or job performance. Citizens may speak for no longer than 5 minutes and must either drop off a public participation request at town hall or emailed to both Wendy W. Marshall at middletownri.com and Kay Clancy at middletownri.com at least 30 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. All items discussed during the session will not be voted on. No longer than 15 minutes total for the public forum. So we do have a couple of people that would like to speak.
Michael Cunningham, can you have him raise his hand, please?
Who?
Michael Cunningham?
Michael Cunningham, could you raise your hand, please?
Hello, everyone. This is Michael Cunningham, 21 Alston Avenue.
Okay, Mike, we can hear you.
Great. I am,
What is the topic?
topic is taxes. So I'd like to read a letter to the town council and you can take it for what you will. Dear Town Council, through a usual review of the property values in the neighborhood, and in particular those operating short-term rental properties, I was shocked to find a huge disparity between the norms and averages of the neighborhood and Councilor Terry Flynn's income property. Her property is unparalleled to any property I found for its profoundly inaccurate and egregious tax assessment. Ever since her home was purchased, despite it being significantly improved both inside and out, the physical property value has steadily been going down, while all of her neighbors have steadily been going up. The land value, like her neighbors, is perfectly on par. However, the value of her building improvements is hundreds of thousands of dollars lower than her neighbors across the street, who also owns a 3-family property and operates a short-term rental. This disparity also exists up and down the street between Mrs. Flynn's property and her neighbors. Her property is the largest parcel on the street with a water view, an additional building, and one of the largest buildings by square foot on Warren Ave. And yet her property is vastly undervalued. The chasm to me is irreconcilable. Additionally, when I asked Mrs. Flynn about her assessment, she stated that the reason her property is valued so low and has remained largely unchanged, in fact, it has plummeted in value, is that she is still not done fixing it up and that in the past she was overvalued. The fact is that the house is largely finished. It has been lived in for years with her family and is quite attractive inside and out. Why she leaves the window stickers on her replacement windows for years is beyond me, but certainly does create the illusion of a house under construction. A recent review by the building permits for the property showed several old permits, mostly years old, and the building inspector considers the old permits long closed. Most people's houses are not done, and yet they pay fair taxes on the current fair value while they work towards the future, more costly fair value. One might wonder, is Mrs. Flynn also foregoing 90% of the value of her rental income while the house is not done? I've attached a spreadsheet of data, which I will be emailing to the council momentarily, of the tax records of the town. The numbers speak for themselves. It is discouraging that while Mrs. Flynn speaks and attends meetings on tax reform and tax pain endured by lifelong and long-term residents purporting to feel their pain, she is not only not in the same boat, but has found what seems to be an entirely different ocean to sail upon. What follows is a summary of facts that would only confuse anyone familiar with the tax assessment in Middletown. Council Finn purchased her 6-bedroom home in 2009 for $446,000, along with the 2 one-bedroom units in the detached building. But ever since then, while her neighbor's value has gone up, Mrs. Flynn's property has ended far below all of her neighbors. Her taxes somehow decreased 13% 2 years later after the purchase in 2011, then remained the same until 2015, when they increased only 7.3%. A large increase in 2016 of 39%, along with most other residents in the area, and after she constructed a large steel beamed addition, including an elevator. But then again in 2018, when others in the area were going up, and after that large addition, Mrs. Flynn's taxes went down again 21%, and the net value has remained unchanged since. So it is confusing how a property that she paid $446,000 in 2009, 11 years ago, can now only be assessed $3,000 more at $449,300. Considering the improvements made to the property and the escalation of the land value in the area by well over 100%, just like all the others. How can her newly renovated 2,355 square foot house, including a $49,000 elevator, with a 960 square foot rental building, now only be worth, on the tax records, $51,000? Even the depreciated value is listed at $424,000. That's 1,467% below its listed improvement value of $51,000. Before presenting this information to the council this evening, I contacted the tax assessor. He informed me that Mrs. Flynn's tax account was on a hold, meaning that in the past, when she had disputed the value of the property, it is assumed Vision Appraisal's placed a hold on it, and it has sat in place ever since. The tax assessor said he would speak to Vision about the property. Even with that fact, I do not understand why or how this happened or why it was able to continue. I do not understand how Mrs. Flynn's assessment, even without the hold situation, could be such as it is. As an elected official of the town, Mrs. Flynn should be above reproach in all town matters, not the least of which is taxes. I am not suggesting Mrs. Flynn has done anything wrong. I'm not suggesting anything at all. I'm in fact just asking questions. However, regardless of what system or loophole or method she may have employed, or apparently might have allowed to be employed to achieve these results, it's not fair and not regular, and it warrants a detailed analysis of her dealings leading to such a skewed situation. The taxpayers of Middletown deserve answers, especially her neighbors and those closest to her on Warren Ave, who are and have been paying their fair share. I asked the council to initiate a thorough review of the tax and real estate transactions of Councilor Flynn, including communications officially and unofficially she has had with the zoning office, building inspector, and tax assessor to determine the clear history and reasoning behind each assessment since she purchased the property.
Hey, Mike, you need to wrap it up, okay?
That last sentence. This should include a comparison to land and improvement assessments for the other properties on Warren Ave, along with other abutting properties and adjacent residential, multifamily, and income properties. Thank you very much. Oh, in fairness, I did also review all of the counselors, and there was nothing atypical.
What's that?
Melissa Welch.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. I'm sorry, Terry, I'm not picking on you by no means, but it's certainly, listening to that, I think I got it right. I'm not sure. And I know maybe we're not supposed to comment on it, but I'm gonna ask the solicitor for some guidance here because I just don't know what to do.
Well, first
I've never seen this before, as far as this type of, I don't know if we,
First of all, it's a public forum, so you're not going to be voting on or taking any action on these
Right.
items.
right.
I don't have any information. He said he's sending in a spreadsheet. I don't have that spreadsheet. I would point out that most of the dates that he's talking about, I think actually predate Councilor Flynn's time on the council as well. So I don't know what the,
Okay.
what the suggestion is or what the request would be, but bottom line, it's public forum, and the council typically does not take action on, specifically, the agenda specifically says the council is not going to vote on or take action on items of that sort. So
Okay.
So we just move on to the next person.
Okay.
Oh.
So it's just,
So
I mean, I just want to make sure that if we're going to be critiqued about something, that we handle something properly, and something, we don't have all the facts, I get it, in front of us.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's what we need to do, and maybe it's not up to us. I don't know. But
my suggestion is,
But somebody asks questions like that, I think there needs to be answers somewhere, in fairness to Terry and in fairness to the person asking the questions.
well, first of all, you don't have all the facts in front of you, and
Okay.
whatever information the gentleman said he was going to send in hasn't been sent in yet.
Okay,
So certainly, if you want to take a look at it after it's sent in, and or certainly give Councilwoman Flynn an opportunity to respond to whatever was being suggested, then, I think that would be appropriate as well.
okay, okay,
And whether she wants to respond to that now or at a later time, I think would certainly be up to her.
okay. Terry, do you want to respond, or you just,
Always, no.
Okay.
It's public forum. People can say what they want. To the town solicitor's point, I have no information, to verify or not verify the numbers. So at this point, it's just public forum, and anyone can say what they would like, and always happy to hear from everyone.
okay. Okay, so I guess we need to kind of get that information, I would guess. The only thing I would say, that first thing comes to my mind is that, in fairness to everybody, I'm not looking to bury anybody. I'm not looking to say anything because they're just questions. But my gut tells me that we do get this information. Where's it going? That's the problem, because Terry's a counselor and Terry works for the town and Terry works for the administrator. So I don't want any conflicts here, because we will be critiqued, something like this. I've been not in a situation like this. I had to go before the Ethics Commission, and it was very clean and clear. And I'm not saying that's the case, I'm just very conscientious about these things because I've been down that road where people accuse me of stuff. Well, he's not accusing, he's asking questions, and those questions need to be answered. So,
I think if it comes in, I would probably be the first person to review it and then bring a recommendation back to the council. Ultimately, the town council as a group decides what to investigate or not investigate. So I think once it's received, I would bring that back to you if an action is warranted, and then you would discuss it.
Thank you, John.
okay. Mr. Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This isn't I mean, they're calling in and questioning Vision Appraisal's opinion on the assessment. Terry has nothing to do with the assessment process. So this is Vision Appraisal coming back with a number. Has nothing to do with Terry. And then it comes into George, and George certifies it. So questions need to go to those folks and why the assessment isn't moving. And I think there's a whole bunch of people wondering, how the heck did you ever come up with the assessment of someone's property? We're going to talk about that a little bit tonight. But there are some people's assessments that have gone up a big number and some haven't gone up at all. So people can go back and argue it, and they're going to check it out. And, you know, when you go in and you maybe, you know, argue your assessment, you need to come back and you actually go in and look at your neighbors, the land, and you look at their house value, and you got to kind of have a leg to stand on. But we're going to have a conversation a little later today. I'd like to know how Vision Appraisal comes up with these assessments that they're coming up with. Because some of these assessments are like 50% of the true sale value of properties. Is that what their goal is to come back and reassess people's properties at 30% of true market value or 50%? How do they come up with it? So it's a good question. I'm looking forward to some feedback.
Yeah, I mean, based on what I heard, it was, $51,000 for 2 buildings. I mean, that something's going to tell you something's not right. And how many more of them are out there like that potentially? So I'd like to see the information, and it's kind of unnerving a little bit as far as what to do and how to proceed. I think we get the information first. And Terry, again, fairness to you, nothing against you. It's just, it was brought up. It needs to be addressed. Questions need to be answered. We need to get that information, and we just want to make sure we're fair with everybody. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay. All right. Melissa Welch.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, Melissa. Go right ahead. What's the topic? Name and address for the record and the topic you'd like to speak on, please.
I'm Melissa Welch at 535 Walcott Avenue. My topic I'd like to talk about today is the plans for the Atlantic Beach District of Middletown. And I do have some slides if those can be brought up.
Yes.
Okay, great. If we can do that in the full screen format. Beautiful. Okay, so about the Atlantic Beach District of Middletown. So looking at this picture, it might be hard to see, but there is a hidden gem right before our eyes in this area. And it fits right in with the Middletown Planning Board's vision, as you see there from 2007, to establish this pedestrian-friendly commercial village that would serve both visitors and residents and benefit the town overall. Next slide. So we've seen some great looking plans for improving Lower Quidneck Avenue, including putting the utility wires underground as shown in this image. But at the last council meeting, we heard about the significant and, dare I say, prohibitive cost of undergrounding those utilities. That was very discouraging news. But even more disheartening was when Vice President Rodrick asked for more or other ideas for improving this area, but nothing was offered. So that got me thinking about other possibilities. So I'd like to offer an idea to spur imagination and encourage the council to think creatively about the hidden gem waiting to be discovered in the Atlantic Beach District. Next slide. So we know the current plan for this area focuses on Lower Quidneck Avenue, but to find the hidden gem, we have to move a little bit off the beaten path. Next slide. So just steps away behind the existing hotels and stores is where the hidden gem can be found, but it might require a little imagination to see it for its true value. Next slide. Okay, it might not look like much right now, but ask yourselves, what if this, next slide, could look like this? Next slide. Or this, next slide, could look like this. Or even this, next slide. That's right, I'm talking about a boardwalk running parallel to the berm along the eastern side of Easton's Pond, rising above that unsightly ditch and making use of this overlooked and underutilized part of the Atlantic Beach District. Let's call it Easton's Pond Boardwalk. So imagine the possibilities. You have dinner at one of the local restaurants, then you stroll along the boardwalk to take in the sunset. Or if you visit an art gallery, then walk down the boardwalk and get an ice cream cone. Or if you're an early riser, you grab a coffee, take your binoculars down to the boardwalk to check out the birds on the pond. A boardwalk would draw people off of Aquidneck Avenue and encourage them to spend time enjoying this beautiful outdoor space while providing a pedestrian-friendly way to access local shops and restaurants. Business owners could even sponsor additional access points along the way to attract customers. And this project could potentially qualify for funding under the $74 million state bond that passed just last month. So what would it take to turn this vision into reality? Next slide. Well, we might start by looking at our next door neighbors and what they accomplished with the Newport Harbor Walk. Next slide. Even closer to home, just on the other side of Easton's Pond, Newport has built access ramps at Braga Field and along Old Beach Road that lead to a walkway around the pond. Clearly, the city of Newport is onto something here. So at this point, you might be thinking, okay, this looks interesting, but what about parking? Good question. Next slide. So currently, the parking options in this area are not so great. But once again, let me ask you to imagine, what if this, next slide, could look like this, with permeable pavers and a buffer of native plantings to absorb and filter runoff before it drains into First Beach. But parking in the area, as we know, is already in very short supply. So where do we find more space for parking? Well, that might be the real hidden gem of the Atlantic Beach District. Next slide. So this is where a little more creativity comes into play. The lots highlighted there on the screen, as you may know, are owned by local businessmen who already have substantial investments in the area, including hotels and restaurants. However, their plan to build another hotel on the highlighted lots faces significant public opposition as well as other challenges. But an eco-friendly parking lot linked to a scenic boardwalk would attract visitors, beautify the area, and support local businesses. And of course, that would benefit these investors as well. So I asked the members to think creatively about the potential for a public-private partnership that could turn this vision into a reality. And it doesn't have to interfere with the existing plans to develop Aquidneck Avenue. But wouldn't it be great to have the Easton's Pond Boardwalk and a new parking lot already in place before they start tearing up Aquidneck Avenue? Next slide. So in closing, I want to encourage the council to think creatively, imagine the possibilities, and with apologies to Elton John, don't let the sun go down on the chance to turn this hidden gem into the jewel in the crown of the Atlantic Beach District, the Easton's Pond Boardwalk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Nice job. I think I saw those diamonds in the rough. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on to the consent calendar. Terry, is there anything you'd like to pull off consent?
Yes, 15 and 16, please.
And Tom, you have 13?
Please.
You all set, Mr. Santa?
Yes, motion to adopt the consent calendar without 13, 15, and I believe I heard 16 to
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
All right. Second.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the consent calendar minus items number 13, 15, and 16. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Number 13, letters. There were two of them forwarded from the planning board in reference from Stephen C. Ayton, 33 Namquid Drive, Middletown Planning Board Workshop. dated 2/24/2021 regarding marijuana-related uses and issues. And letter to the editor printed 2/24 Newport Daily News, author Carol Formica, regarding per the February 21st, 2012 draft ordinance, page 2, number 8 of the Middletown Code or Ordinance, Chapter 152, zoning code, etc. Enclosed copy of letter and Middletown Planning Board workshop from 12/24/2021 regarding marijuana-related uses and issues.
Motion to. I don't have that.
You do. Motion to receive said letters forwarded from the planning department.
I don't.
Okay. Do we have a
Second,
second? Do we have a second?
second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's purely administrative. When I read this, I didn't know what we were supposed to do with it. So,
Yeah.
and I wondered if it was just going to be a receive said notification or whether we had to make some sort of decision. So Wendy, I'm looking at you, kind of hoping that maybe we could put, you know how you have the parentheses on the next one down that says we just need to advertise? Could you put, we just need to receive it? So if I don't get it, I bet there's other people that don't get it. And I don't want to make it look like it's just kind of getting moved along, you know, like, yep, whatever. And so I was kind of hoping just for a little more information at the end. That was all.
Okay. So you're just looking for some clarity, making sure that we don't necessarily agree or disagree, but that we're just receiving. And that's what we do on the consent calendar. I get why you wanted the clarity, because sometimes, you know, as you and I discussed today, it was like, hey, does that mean we're receiving this? You know, or not, you know, and we want to make sure that the public understands that basically. Okay.
Thank you.
You good? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Number 15, communication of Ron Molansky, Town Planner, and Paul Croce, Planning Board Chairman, in reference to project updates.
Motion to receive communication and advertise for public hearing. Second.
That's 14. Below it is 15.
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion to receive said communication. Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, Terry. Go ahead. Discussion.
It's really just a question. So this is like the marijuana letters. We are just receiving this as information. That's what the approval on the consent would be.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. And I did have one question on the document, and I don't know if Ron is here to speak, and I'll just ask on the last page, page 3, number 3, the prioritized work issues on the use table review. I'm noticing that it says that the status of it is that subcommittee meetings will resume once in-person meetings are possible. And I was wondering why. The uses table, for background, I was on this subcommittee when it was started back in, oh my gosh, maybe early 2018 with Bill Nash as chair and Jim Williams as vice chair. And Mr. Nash was the one who pointed out that our ordinances it's long overdue for them to be reviewed. I think they're supposed to be reviewed every 10 years. By charter, I believe. I could be wrong. And it's been a long time. And, you know, it's really important to get our ordinances up to date because those are the ones that define our town. So I just didn't know why that was on hold until in-person meetings. And I don't know if Mr. Brown would know that answer or if we could find that out.
Okay. Sean stepped out for a minute, but we do have Ron on, okay?
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ron, are you there?
I am here.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead, Mr. Molansky.
Thank you. Ron Molansky, Town Planner. Mrs. Flynn,
Hi, Ron.
hi, how are you?
I'm good. You?
Good.
Good to hear.
The chairman of that subcommittee is Bill Nash still, as
Oh, good.
you referenced. And There was consensus on the subcommittee that they did not wish to proceed with that discussion until they were able to meet in person. And the hope is that that will happen in the near future. And if it doesn't happen in the near future, I believe the planning board chair has indicated that he would like to get that conversation moving, even if it has to be by Zoom. But I think they're still sort of in a wait and see mode, hoping that in-person meetings will be allowed in the near future.
Okay, do we have a time frame on that? Are we thinking, this is April, by June?
I don't have a time frame on it. The board talks or goes through their updates on a monthly basis during the regular meetings, and it will come up again during the regular meeting on the 14th.
Okay,
So
great.
that would be the next opportunity to discuss it.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, Mrs. Santos.
Yes. Good evening, Ron. It's Mrs. Santos. Could these questions be asked by calling you or emailing you instead of taking up the time of the council?
I am always available to answer questions, yes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay. So we voted on number 15. Number 16, communication of Ron Walensky, Town Planner, and Paul Croce, Planning Board Chairman, in reference to comprehensive plan zoning implementation status report.
Motion to receive said communication.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion is second. Discussion, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So this is the prioritized list from the Planning Board. And Wendy, the attachment that I sent you earlier, the town councilor's top 5, I did want to discuss the last agenda item is what the planning board is working on. This is the 11 comprehensive plan items that the planning board is also working on. And the list reports that items 1 through 4 were identified as top priorities by the 2005 town council. Now, that was 6 years ago. So I didn't know if the 2021 town council thinks it's time to review the topics and weigh in on the priorities. And this could be as simple as an exercise as individual email submissions, similar to what the council submitted to prioritize its own list of issues. I don't know if you can see that on the screen. It's pretty small on mine. The issues are already identified. It's simply a matter of collecting each councilor's opinion of the priority to start a conversation. And does the council have an interest in taking a look at these priorities and ranking them themselves and seeing if we have a consensus on what is for top priority and down and on down?
So I think you're talking about the ones that are up on the screen?
No, the ones that are listed in
okay.
the
I was
item
gonna
number
say.
16. There's
Okay, I understand now, Terry, because
Okay.
you put those up and I'm like, hey, didn't we already prioritize?
Yeah,
them?
that was, my
Yeah.
apologies. That is
Okay.
the example of the exercise of the
Okay.
culmination of our
Okay.
January 7th meeting,
Okay,
which,
so you're talking about the zoning map consistency, bulk zoning,
right,
inclusionary zoning for affordable housing, and the allowed mixed-use development, big box retail development.
well, the 11 of them. So they are finished with a few of the ones that are in the top. The zoning map consistency, we just did the last one, or we're sending it back, but they're wrapping that up. The bulk zoning, they have no action on that one, or maybe there's a town council that thinks that is important. This is a sort of a culmination or a result of the other conversation we had in an earlier meeting about making sure that we're matching our priorities and that we communicate that to the planning board. It was done in 2015. I didn't know if this council wanted to do it again now that it's 2021.
Okay, what's the appetite of the council as far as wanting to potentially meet with the planning board and set some priorities or reprioritize? Council Toronto, you have any feelings on this?
I think at the last meeting, we thought that was a good idea to meet with the planning board and
Okay.
prioritize. So if
Okay,
that's
Council
the
Welch.
will of the council, I'd be happy to meet.
I'm going to sit back and listen.
Smart man. Mrs. Von Villis, do you have any feelings on this?
I like the planning board to do the job of the planning board. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Santos?
I agree with Mrs. Von Villas and Mr. Welch.
You weren't doing anything and you agreed upon. How's that? Well, how do you do that? You're better than Mr. Hutler, who got 300 attorneys consensus on him. Yes, Mrs. Von Villas.
We appoint people to the, is this working better than the one before? Because he gave me a different microphone. Okay. So I don't have to shout.
I like the teacher voice.
We appoint boards and give them responsibility. And they bring the decisions that they make back to us. I don't think we should be tinkering with them. I think we should be letting them do their job. Then when the information comes to us, if there's something that we think is not correct, we should tell them what it is, not just talk about it, but tell them what it is and send it back to them and let them fix it. But I
Okay.
think part of the problem is the planning board sends us information and we talk about it and talk about it and talk about it. And then maybe it goes back to them, but they don't have a clue about exactly what the problem is. And we're going back and forth with this and this and this, and we're tinkering with their job all the time. If we have a problem, tell them what the problem is, let them fix the problem, and then come back to us with the problem fixed. But that's why we appoint these boards, not for us to be doing them like puppeteers. I mean, I'm sorry, I get very aggravated.
Okay. Mrs. Flynn?
I just want to point out that, Counselor Von Villas and Counselor Santos participated in the exercise back in 2015. And I'm just throwing it out there as a suggestion. If the council thought it should be revisited now in 2021. So it's not like it hasn't happened before. Everybody participated in it then. If you don't want to update it now, that's perfectly fine, but it's nothing to get upset over.
So my feeling is that I see both sides of it. I'm not just saying that to try and stay neutral and pacify everybody, because that's not what I'm doing. What I see is I agree with you that they have a job to do, but we also need to make sure that we're all on the same page or somewhat on the same page, because sometimes we get stuff and we're like, well, I know I say to myself, well, why are they working on that when they should be working on this? So potentially. So I agree with you, Mrs. Von Villas, about that. But I think that every now and then, I mean, how often do we meet with these folks that we appoint? And, kind of like, we meet once or twice a year with the school committee. We meet once a year with the legislative people to say, hey, are we on the same page? This is what we'd like to do. Can you help us? I personally, I don't want to overdo it, but I think if we, at least meet with somebody and say, hey, are we on the same page or not? And I think that they probably would welcome, hey, the council wants to meet with us and, yeah, we agree with them, or no, we don't agree with them. They're an advisory board. They work their tails off. They do a great job. That's not what it's about. To me, it's about making sure we're focused on common goals and prioritizing because we're the ones that hear the heat from the residents. So I agree. They do a great job. We shouldn't be critiquing everything they do, nor do I want to do that. But I think meeting with them maybe once a year, or I think the last time we met with them was, that I can remember when I was on the councils, probably 3, 4, 5 years ago. So I mean, I don't see anything wrong with a meeting once a year with them. Same thing with zoning. I don't see anything wrong with meeting with, if we don't like some of the things we're seeing, once a year, absolutely, once a year, not once a quarter, not an update every time, once a meeting once a year. I think that the way we're all on the same page, and I think that's from a business perspective. I think if you had a company and you had, different divisions, you're not going to let them just go and do what they want. You're going to bring them in and go, hey, are we working toward the common goal here? So to me, I think that's important. I think once a year would suffice, and then let them do their job. Yes, Mr. Welch.
Okay, so typically I am against micromanaging, as Mrs. Von Villas said. They know their job better than I do. However, I think that there is some merit to us weighing in what they're doing, and if it could just be a discussion to some degree. In other words, I don't feel that we should take this list of projects and put it in our own order and just send it back to them with no back and forth. I mean, they might
Understood.
have a reason that this one's behind that one for,
Yep.
we don't know about. So
Okay,
as long as there's some input, I'm for it.
okay, fine. You guys okay with that?
Mhm.
Okay, so Mr. Brown, if we could set up an hour meeting before one of our regular meetings. If it doesn't fit, we'll have to have it fit a meeting in somewhere with the planning board, okay? All right, excellent. All right, so we have a motion and a second on number 16. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, let's move on. We've already conquered number, or addressed number 22. Let's move on to number 23, which is licenses. Continued, number 23, continued from the March 15, 2021 regular meeting. This application was granted by the council on June 1st, 2020. Application for special event permit from Road Races and Events Incorporated for the Newport Road Races, Marathon Road Race to be held on Saturday, May 22nd, 2021, from 7:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. on various roads in Middletown.
We're on 23, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to grant said special event permit.
You did awesome. You're welcome. So we have a motion. Can we have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All in favor?
Oh, I have my hand up.
Oh, I didn't see you. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know whether I should pop in verbally or not. This is number 23?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just, sorry, I was organizing my papers. And we've had this conversation before with these large social fitness events coming in during COVID. And I just wanted to I wanted to put on the table that I'm still a little anxious about COVID and didn't know if that was still part of the conversation when considering one of these events. I know they've submitted their outreach, their protocols and whatnot. But I think that we are still in the infancy of gaining a real momentum with herd immunity. And I just wanted to know what the council, if anybody else had any concerns.
Just my quick tip, Ms. Welch, go ahead. Did you have your hand up?
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you, sir. So my quick opinion is if they're meeting the current CDC guidelines, I'm okay with it. And it's an outside event, so I have no issue with it. I don't know if any other comment, Mr. Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I echo your sentiments. I think I read through all of their distancing and staggering, and it sounds like it's a little much, but to the good, so I have no problem with it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Do we have a Karen on board? Who wishes to-
I'm not sure if she's going to. Does she want to speak, Karen? Okay, so we have Karen Zion who would like to speak. Karen's bringing her in right now. Karen Clancy's bringing in Karen Zion. So here we go. Karen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Go right ahead. Name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Karen Zions. Our corporate address is 3 Mayo Drive, Warren, Rhode Island. I just wanted to thank the council for taking a look at this again and maybe to ease your concerns about COVID. Mrs. Flynn, we did a survey with participants, just kind of a random survey, nothing really professional. We just sent out some information to our runners and asked them some questions, and it was about 2 weeks ago, and we got 527 responses, and 50% of them said that they've already been vaccinated, and 87% of them told us that they would be vaccinated by May 1st. And this race is May 22nd. And then we also are doing in the Middletown area, we're just doing the marathon. So there will be a lot less people running through Middletown than there would be running the half marathon and the marathon through Newport. So, and we were approved by Newport 10 days ago, I think it was, or 2 weeks ago at their meeting for the portion of the race that runs through Newport. So I just wanted to ease your concerns a little bit about COVID and vaccinations. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
I just want to commend you, Karen, for being so proactive in establishing that comfort level, not just for me, but for our citizens who are going to see this large event in town. So I appreciate that because I feel 100% better about it.
Great. Well, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Any further discussion? Mr. Toronto?
Yes, thank you. I know I'm a broken record, but when we have these events, I do like to leave the town the way it was when you started. So I'm hoping there won't be any painting on the streets and that you have.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We learned our
I've asked
lesson.
I've asked that once before and I watched you paint the street. So I'm just going to say it again. Please, I know there's signs that can be put up, they'll be removed. And we're in Middletown, we're trying to keep it clean as well. So I'm sure you'll have some things in place to make sure they're picking up those packets along the way. They drink those energy drinks and they just kind of throw it to the side. So I'm sure you got a plan for litter, and I know you've worked with the town in the past. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay. You get that, Karen? Wendy? Okay, excellent. Okay, so let's move on to number 24, application for special event permit from Derek Savas and On Your Left Racing for Newport Triathlon swim, bike, and run event to be held on Sunday, September 12th, 2021 at 7 a.m. to 12 p.m., beginning at Second Beach.
Motion to grant said special event permit.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Sean, I would just ask that, I know as I look at that date, the beach pretty much just closes up right around that time or maybe a week before. And I know we have one of the camping chapters that go down there, and sometimes we actually extend the beach season, depending upon weather permitting. Just want to make sure that there's no conflicts here, was what my intuition
We have
was.
Derek who wants to speak, please.
Okay.
Just to follow up, I did speak to the police chief and Will Cronin, who manages the beach property, and both responded that they did not anticipate a conflict with this event occurring.
And
It's actually happened in the past around this time period, and
Okay.
everything has worked out
Okay.
without issue.
Is it Derek on, Karen, or? Okay. Does he have his hand up? Excellent. So Karen's bringing Derek in, and Derek, if you could unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, if you can hear us, please.
Good evening. Derek Savas, 168 Cottontail Drive, Portsmouth. I'd first like to thank you for considering our proposal, given the challenging times we've come through. We held this event in 2019 on the weekend after Labor Day as well. And we had set up that event with the police department and everybody that was involved to park the majority of the cars in the St. George's lot on the grass field there. It so happened that the weather was wasn't great. It wasn't a beach day. So we were able to park in the Second Beach parking lot simply because there was no demand for it that day. We would hope to, operate similarly this year. If it's a nice sunny day, we'll have the athletes park away from the parking lot as best they can. And if it tends to be, cloudy, overcast, non-beach day, maybe we can take advantage of the closer parking.
Okay, excellent. Does any councils have any questions for Derek? Or questions in general about the event? No? Okay. Thank you, Derek. We have a motion and a second to grant said special event permit. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay.
She opposed.
Terry opposed, yes.
No, I didn't oppose. That was an aye.
Oh, sorry. You know what it is? Your voice is before your actions are before the voice on the screen as we look at it, so I apologize. Okay. All right, very good. So let's move on to number 25, application of special event permit from Gray Matter Marketing LLC for the Amica Newport Marathon to be held on Sunday, October 10th, 2021, beginning at 7:30 a.m. in Newport. And there is a map on file.
Motion to grant said special event permit.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
It's gonna be on.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
In favor.
very good. Thank you. Number 26?
Does she want to speak?
No, she said she aye, in favor.
You had Matt.
Yeah, they're not going to talk if we
Okay.
disapprove it, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Santos. Number 20, what are we on, 26?
Yeah.
Okay, number 26, application for special event permit from Gray Matter Marketing LLC for the Aquidneck 10K road race to be held on Sunday, November 14th, 2021, beginning at 8 a.m., Second Beach parking lot, map on file.
Motion to grant said special event permit.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, good luck to you guys, Matt. Number 27, application to RPC Incorporated does business as Rumford Pet Express, 99 East Main Road, for a holiday sales license for the 2021-2022 licensing year. This is a new application.
Motion to grant said license.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Is there any discussion amongst the councilors? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Number 28, ordinance, an ordinance of the town of Middletown, second reading, an ordinance amendment to the town code of the town of Middletown, Title 7, Traffic Code, Chapter 70, General Provisions, Section 70.99 Penalties, D, Parking Violations.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? And I know we have somebody that does want to talk on it. The councils have any discussion? Okay, Karen, there's supposed to be a Julia Rush Tolan. She has her hand up. Excellent. Julia, Karen's bringing you in. As soon as she brings in, if you could unmute, that would be fantastic.
I don't.
Can you
have
hear
any
us, Julia?
Right now.
Are you there, Julia?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Can you just state your name and address for the record, please?
Julie Nolan, 455 Tuckerman Avenue.
Okay.
And
Go
I
ahead.
don't have anything to add to this item on the agenda right now. Thank you.
Okay, Julia, thank you very much.
Mhm.
And Sean, this has to do with the end of Walcott Avenue?
No, this is.
Oh, this is the parking,
This is the.
the parking fees. Yeah.
During the summer. that
So they're
have a-
going from 40 to 80?
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, basically with discussion with the neighborhood as well as with the staff, the current parking fees in the summer don't deter people from parking illegally.
Mhm.
So with the higher fines, which are recommended by the police chief, we believe that this will serve as a greater deterrent and
Okay.
restore quality of life or better quality of life in the neighborhood.
Excellent. I think that's great because, you know, a lot of these folks would just, and some still may do it, but hopefully we catch them. You know, at the rate the fine was at. Some would rather just pay the fine and to park anywhere to go to the beach instead of waiting in line. So I think by doing this, hopefully we can restore a little bit of quality of life to some of the neighborhoods that are being disturbed by the parking. And and I think, Sean, is that part of your beach plan somewhat?
That is one of the elements of the beach plan.
Excellent.
Was to get this.
Which we'll
implemented
get
for
to
sure.
shortly.
Exactly.
Hopefully. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any councilors have any further discussion? Mr. Santos?
Mr. Brown, will any of your paperwork include Paradise Park, where people have been using the parking lot to go to Second Beach? They walk down to the beach, they carry their chairs and everything else. Is there anything we can do to eliminate that problem?
Could I just ask you, Mr. Santos, until we get to the town beach update?
Okay, you want
That,
that?
yeah,
All right,
that you
fine.
can bring that up then, that'd be
All
great.
right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt this ordinance on its second reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anybody opposed? Okay, excellent. So let's move on to other communications. Number 29 is email communication of Nicholas Coogan, Middletown Open Space and Fields Committee Chairman, in reference to the pickleball courts.
Motion to receive said email communication. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Is Mr. Welch?
Thank you. Where Open Space and Fields is at with pickleball people is we were approached a while ago. They canvassed the town. They were looking for the best spot, for all the parameters that have to do with pickleball. Came up with Linden School as checking the most boxes. Warren just came up with some rough preliminary ways that you could orient courts. So where the committee where they're at now is trying to decide what is the next step. So this is asking for to try to listen to the citizens that live around it to see whether or not they would have any objection. My question is, what is the right course of action to do now? We got this idea, recreational use looking for town property to put it on. Should they keep going down this road, or does the council decide that, yeah, we're for it, we're not, how are you going to pay? You're not going to pay. What is the next logical step?
Mr. Santos.
Mr. Welch, a few years ago, Linden Park was mentioned to have something there, and I cannot remember for the life of me what was going to be put there. And the neighborhood went ballistic. So
And I agree with you. I was there for that. That was the bus ride. When we went around looking at all the parks, and when we stood at Linden, there was a sewer cover or something in the middle that, everybody pointed to as being problematic. And as far as the residents go, absolutely, there's going to be concerns, as it would be if they were putting it in your backyard. I understand that, but to try to see what what are their concerns, the way to find out is to ask them. However, my question is, before that, should they do that? Should they ask for public input? Is that allowed from a board or committee like that? Or is there some other step first that the town could say, we're not willing to give up Linden Park for this, so don't even go there? Or, yep, go ahead and have your meeting. So I'm not sure this is the right step. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
I don't know who makes that decision.
Mrs. Von Villis.
Yes, I'm not sure of what I'm going to say. It's just some ideas that have
Okay.
gone through my head, but it just seems to me that several things in regard to the senior housing and what's been going forward, the Linden School property was mentioned as a part of that. And I think before anything else is done, I think that needs to be wiped out if it's not going to be used. Do you know what I mean? In
Okay.
other words, it was a piece of the discussion.
Yep.
And the senior housing thing has not been resolved. So really, it seems to me that you need to resolve that issue before you make a commitment to something else.
Okay.
And that's a great point. I understand. But where the pickleball people were at is, well, Linden Park's been sitting there for a long time, and that would be our first choice. If that's not available, then we'll have to look at a second choice.
But we don't, excuse me, but my point is we don't know. It might be available. I think, we're not talking about waiting for a year to find out. I'm assuming that the senior housing thing is going to be in discussion within the next few months or something. So it would seem to me that would be resolved, and then it would be, all done. But until then, I'm just uncomfortable with making a commitment to something and then either having it eliminated because you've made that commitment, or have to take it up because you're then going to use it for something else. It's premature.
Understood. So my question would be, what would be the next step for these pickleball people? if they are looking for town-owned property to have these courts constructed, how do they go about that?
Okay. So my thought is this. It's not that I don't want to give up Linden, because I don't know what actually belongs there. What I think any of us would hate to do is, or what potentially could go there, depending upon, I don't think, senior housing, as you brought up, that could be a possibility. I don't think West Main Road's going away quite yet, to be honest with you. So, there could be other things going there. I'm not sure, but what I am sure of, at least in my own mind and my own opinion, is if somebody said to me, we want to build pickleball courts 10 years ago, I would go, what? Now, understanding it and the popularity of it, I think Dennis even plays. So, so he brought that up, when we were looking at Berkeley Peckham a few weeks ago. After the new senior committee met and we went out there and looked at it. And my thought was this. My thought is that and this is just my vision, and I think it makes sense, at least it does to me. So that's why I'm going to share it. Is that, I like to see recreation all in one area if possible. So that, it doesn't affect neighborhoods and there's not pushback. And then we go out and then we come back to the drawing board again, potentially. Do I think there need to be pickleball courts? Absolutely. Do I think I know where they need to be? I do. And I'd like to see them at the complex up at Gaudet somewhere. That baseball field in the corner.
Yep, I know.
Right there is a good spot.
Yep.
I talked to Sean about it the other day when I saw this on the docket. I think we call that Andy's baseball park or something. And that goes way back. But I think it makes sense because then you could access it. You might say, well, what if the kids are out there? Well, there's people that play basketball and people that play tennis when school's in session. So I'm all for pickleball courts. I think there'd be no pushback if they went there. And that's just me speaking out loud. And I just want to know what you think about that, I guess, or if you have other ideas about it. Well, Mr. Coogan, I'm sure he's on. I'm sure Nick wants to say his piece as well, So that's kind of what I think. That way there's plenty of parking because parking will be an issue. Seniors or older people that typically play this game, and maybe it's younger people that play. I don't know enough about it. I know Dennis plays, but there could be parking. There could be some unintended noise, but I doubt it. But the least impact to the neighborhoods, the better I see it, the easier I see it going. So, and there's all kinds of parking.
Agreed.
So, Mrs. Santos.
I'd like to first ask Mr. Brown, what was planned for Linden Park many years ago? Do you recall, before I continue?
I believe it's pickleball. I think.
Was it pickleball?
This is,
Okay, I
think
thought it
we've
was
looked at that
something
once
else.
before.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll go with pickleball. Now regarding what our vice chair is saying, I agree with that because you've got the lights, you've got parking, and it's easy access. And there is plenty of parking, and especially the lights at night if they want to play.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I agree with that. Makes perfect sense to me. I know exactly the field you're talking about. So if they were to, what is their next step? How do they decide? Who do they contact? Or what is the chain of command to get to the school department? Or see whether that was a possibility?
Sean?
I would have a conversation with Mrs. Krager. So, I mean, we're going in a different direction. So the docket item tonight was to be at Linden School. So it sounds like we're moving away from that. So I think the next step is for myself, the engineer, to take the drawings to the school department. I know Warren has looked at that area as part of the open space committee's work and see what feedback we get from the school.
Well, I'd like to
department.
hear from Nick as well.
Yep.
Karen, can you bring Mr. Coogan in, please? Terry?
Yes, do you mind if I speak before? Nick
Yeah, go ahead.
speaks? Okay, yeah, just since to keep the town council input all together. And I have two questions and another vision to throw on the table. That Andy's baseball park, I'm not familiar with that, and I don't know which corner that's on. And I guess my question is that ballpark closer to the abutting residences or further away from the
No, it's,
abutting?
if you drive towards like the cafeteria, you drive in the back of Gaudet
Yep.
and drive past the tennis courts, the basketball courts, and the entrance to the football practice area.
Mhm.
You drive right to the end of the parking lot, right there with the cafeteria. It's right in that corner, right where
Okay,
the
so-
fence at the 90-degree angle, that little
So it's
ball field right there.
west of the cafeteria.
North.
Oh, north. Okay, but away from those residents on the
Oh, yeah.
on the
Oh, yeah.
further north, even further
Further
north.
away. Yes.
Okay, and I wanted to throw on the table here a concept where there's recognition out there in the green world where a lofty goal for communities, especially communities like Middletown, in my opinion, provide spot parks so that anyone who lives in the community in a residential parcel has only a 10-minute walk to get to some sort of green space or some sort of park. And, I know Open Space and Fields, their mission is to actually, assess parcels for purchase. And I think that, something to throw out there on the table is to maybe keep an eye out for maybe, some condemned homes or empty lots that come up and that we might want to turn into green space, or maybe, not the fourplex pickleball, which, that's like league type of level play, I believe, but to have, these scattered pickleball courts or other things at spot parks. I just wanted to put that vision out there as well, since Mr. Vice President, you threw out a vision.
Okay. So, Nick, are you on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Nick Coogan, 31 Wintergreen Drive, Middletown.
Okay.
Thank you for, good evening. I'm the chairman of the Open Space and Fields Committee. And basically, we've just been trying to work with the pickleball enthusiasts to try to give them support and see if we could find some place where they could have some dedicated courts in Middletown. I think the idea of, the baseball area Gaudet is great also. I don't think the pickleball people really are too particular. If they can find a place where they can play, and that's basically what they're looking for. And so I think that'd be great. Tom had mentioned our concern is if we were looking at other areas, we didn't know what the logical steps to go through. Do we have a public forum before the town commits and all this kind of stuff? So I guess if, as Sean mentioned, if we can then go ahead and proceed looking at this alternate area, I think the pickleball people will be happy if they can just have a place to play.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate it, Nick. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
I think, thank you, sir.
Okay.
So Sean, if you could reach out to Rosemarie and present the plan, the idea and the plan, if the council's good with it, I think that's the direction we'll go. And I think, again, as much as we can keep recreation in one area, I think everybody can benefit,
Good.
as far as times and less impact on the neighborhoods. Okay.
Good.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And thank you, Nick. Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to, this was just to get the next step on securing a location so that everyone agreed and they can move on that. This is not funding, which is another whole island or hurdle to cross, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So to make that clear.
All right. Thank you, Terry. So we have a motion and a second on that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 30, communication of Paul Croce, Planning Board Chair in reference to full build impact study prioritized recommendations.
Motion to receive said communication.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. To receive discussion. So Sean, is Ron on?
Ron should be on.
Okay. So, obviously this is, this was decided on as far as to put this out there to get this, the full build out, a while back. And so it's kind of evolved into some recommendations that we heard initially from, was it Steve Cabral? Steve Cabral. And so, you know, we really, you know, what does the council want to do? Do we want to move this forward? And, you know, the priorities are broken down by, you know, by importance. So having said that, Ron, as I try and entertain myself and find the page in my notes, I might as well just turn it right over to you, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you. So as you know, the planning board worked with Steve Cabral and Crossman Engineering over the past several months to look at the recommendations that were presented to the town council back in December and to come up with a prioritized list for consideration. So that's what you have before you tonight. So you can see that the planning board focused or suggesting that the town focused first on surface water impacts. And there's a list of 4 high priority items that they suggest should be worked on. Then some longer term considerations. And then the second list is groundwater issues and several high priority items under that category. And then finally, traffic impacts. And on that topic on traffic, the planning board is actually recommending further discussion with town officials, including the police chief, DPW director, and others to identify the high priority recommendations that should be pursued, because there are some intersection improvements that are suggested and other infrastructure work that would have to be evaluated. So I'm not going to go through each of the items. I guess I'll open it up for any questions you might have. I guess the planning board's recommendation or suggestion is that the town council tonight vote to authorize the town staff to begin working on these items. Giving it a little thought, you may want to refer this list of recommendations to the administration, to the town administrator, to work with the department heads and evaluate how to proceed with each of these recommendations if the council agrees with the planning board's prioritization.
Okay. All right, Ron, thank you. When I read this several times because I wanted to make sure I had it right. So, you know, obviously it was surface water and then groundwater, and then, as you said, traffic. The planning board wants to continue to look at the traffic. When I looked at the surface water, because that was the #1 priority, and I think if we want to continue improving water quality, I think that's probably what should be the priority is the surface water, you know, the runoff and stuff. So, and I think there's a bunch of, not a bunch, but I know there's a few projects already in the works that are attempting to address this and have over the years. So under high priority surface water impact, short-term recommendations, the first one, and I'd just like to read it: perform periodic water quality testing of past stormwater treatment systems to document performance for each action step, responsible party, and potential funding source to be identified. So they list that on the left-hand side, the priority of short-term recommendations on the surface water impacts, and then the responsible department, which nobody, and that's to be determined, and then the time frame is to be determined. So when I looked at that, you know, I thought when we were talking about, I had several thoughts. One, could this be tied into some of the Maidford River discussion later on? Because there's a lot of surface water that comes off down there that Tom had some good ideas about as far as a phased-in approach. And two, and one of the things I brought up at one of the meetings at that time was, hey, look, you know, the town's put some systems in place. They put, and Sean helped me with this a little bit, there's one down Paradise Park. There's 2 on Green End Avenue where Arthur Silva used to sell corn on the corner of Green End and there, and then across the street from Nay's old house, there's one there. And then the question came up is, are we testing these things? And nobody really gave an answer except for somebody said Clean Water Access is testing, Dave McLaughlin's group. So we may already have the answers here. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Tom, I see, you're shaking your head, but I don't know if you had to add something to that I'm not aware of, or.
A couple of things just quick. I think that number one, the responsible party in the time frame is stated. It's just below on ABC. It kind of breaks it up and then it says who's supposed to do it and when. But to your point about the Mayford, I was part of Clean Ocean Access when we were doing Mayford River testing every week, but that project has stopped.
Okay.
And they moved on to beach closure identification rather than the Mayford. They just don't have enough volunteers. So we don't have an easy way to get that information.
Okay.
And, we actually talked about this in Roads and Utilities, the past meeting. And I am for testing it because you listen to all of the great reasons why we need to do it and how this thing's supposed to work, but whether it does or it
Right.
doesn't,
Exactly.
nobody knows. So
Exactly.
whether we, and I think Warren already had some information as to how much it would cost and who would do it and how and when, 3
Right.
storm events and all that kind of stuff. But
Right.
I think that's a good idea. And I agree with you. Surface water is should be the high priority. So
Yeah. No, I think the planning board got it right. I just think that we need to figure out, obviously, who does it, how often it's done, and of course, if we do something, how do we know it, whether it works or not, and to continue to do it or not do it if we don't know what the results of it are? So I think that's the first approach, really, in my opinion. Terry.
Yes, I think I appreciate you doing it in sections, Mr. Vice President, and on that section, the surface water, I agree. 1, 3, and 4 are they seem like obvious, quick actions that we could do or approve and move forward with. I did have a question about an explanation of the stormwater utility. I wasn't exactly sure what that entailed. And I'm going to add another question to the question. I did notice on the responsible departments that Crossman Engineering is listed quite a bit. So I'm wondering if these are actually budget items as well, and I don't see any cost estimates.
Sean, could you answer that, please?
Well, I think tonight you're starting a discussion on what you're prioritizing. So
Okay.
until you do that, it's not something that's built into. the
Okay, so
budget.
okay.
The
So
only
you
thing I
wanted to
would
see if
say-
this was favorable or not before anything else move forward with cost or anything?
Exactly.
Or budget.
The only
Okay.
thing we have done based on prior discussion is we have included in the budget additional monies for water quality testing.
Okay.
Since those questions have come up, I have worked with the engineer to set aside funds to start a stormwater, well, expanding our testing program, because we do test down at the Third Beach Harbor. So we did come up with a proposal for a formal program in the upcoming year.
Okay.
Okay, so Ron, could you explain what a stormwater utility does?
So this is an issue or an idea that has been talked about by the town council over the past few years. And the idea is you create an enterprise fund to fund specifically stormwater infrastructure and maintenance, as opposed to having that coming out of the general fund and the DPW budget. So the idea would be to have a fee that's attached to properties based on the amount of stormwater they generate. And that fee goes into the fund to fund the maintenance and expansion of the stormwater system.
So to me, if I can respond, Mr. Vice President, and I can't
Yes.
see you anymore, so my apologies, but I find that that's something that is a public hearing thing. So of the short-term surface water impacts, I think from what I can see and read and understand, 1, 3, and 4 seem fine. But I think when we start attaching fees to properties, that's more of a public hearing thing, in my opinion, unless somebody wants to weigh in on that.
I would love to weigh in on that because I've weighed in on it on the past. So I agree that I'm good with 1, 3, and 4. However, when this was brought forth, and Ron, I don't necessarily disagree with wanting to have a funding source for addressing the stormwater issues, because addressing stormwater issues today is not like addressing stormwater issues in the past from an expense standpoint. So having said that, when this was brought up several years ago, it was, I forget, I don't even know, maybe it was Crossman, maybe it was Parr, maybe it was some other engineering group. It was, the town was proposing a fee for, if it rained in front of your property, depending upon how much footage you had, there was a formula, you were gonna pay a fee. And to me, I just wanted to lose my mind and go, you're kidding me, right? It just didn't make sense that that's where it would come from. Here's another fee, it's another tax. Well, they're already paying taxes on the property, supposedly to help with groundwater. Now, I get the increase in cost to be able to solve some of these problems, but I don't think that was the way to go about it. I'll never forget somebody on your neck of the woods, Tom, wanted to wring my neck. And I said, whoa, I agree that this shouldn't be, what about somebody like me that, or other residents like me? And I said, I brought up a meeting, well, my driveway, it flows into my driveway. Maybe I should charge the town if that's the way you're going to be, and that's not right. I didn't see it as right. And I understood that they were trying to establish a fund to be able to address these issues. I'm not sure that's the way to go about it. And I certainly wouldn't support that.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mrs. Sanos.
everybody in this room agrees that our drinking water has to be up to snuff, okay? I have not been able to get an answer to the trench down at the bottom of Myandinoli Avenue of the two hills coming onto Green End Pond. There is a trench there. Somebody has put up a fence on the Durfee property next to the stone wall. There is a trench that is collecting the water that comes down these two hills and Green End Avenue. It goes into the drinking water. Can anybody answer that for me?
I believe I answered that I thought it was the City of Newport Water Department.
They've gone further now, Sean, Mr. Brown. They've put a fence on the Durfee property now. Is that them too?
I'd have to look at a survey of the properties to know whose property it's located on.
Why are they doing that? Is it to collect the water coming down from the hills?
I would have to talk to Mrs. Forge down at the City of Newport.
May I call her?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sanos. Any further discussion on this? I know
On the surface water or on the,
surface water part.
are we talking anything about long-term considerations?
We haven't got there yet. We were talking about 1, 2, 3, and 4 under short-term recommendations.
Okay.
Is there any consensus on the short-term recommendations?
Can I just confirm, please, Mr. Vice President,
Yes.
based on Mr. Brown saying that we were just prioritizing tonight. So when we receive or approve this communication, for example, let's take this surface, water impact short-term. So we say, as a council, if it's the council will to approve or agree that 1, 3, and 4 are the short-term priorities. What exactly, when we do that, when we approve it, or we say these 3 are what we think you can move on now, is that what we're saying? You can move on these 3 now and don't do the other ones yet?
Yeah, they're looking forward to see if we agree with their recommendations is the way I'm seeing it. Ron, is that accurate?
Yes, that's right. And as I suggested earlier, I think if the council agrees with the recommendations, then it goes to the administration to coordinate the work of the departments.
Okay.
I would just add, though, I mean, we've quickly skipped over and said that these are quick action items, but I don't know that they are quick action items or if they may require funding. So I'm just concerned right now. I mean, Ron's original recommendation was to provide the list to the administration to go through it. As you pointed out, Mr. President, there is no funding associated with these, but I'm concerned that the council is going to take an action tonight, provide no funding, but expect it to get done. And that's concerning to me.
Okay. Mr. Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm kind of right on with what Sean said, because whereas I may agree, I'm not exactly sure what the establishment of an enterprise fund, how that works. But based on what you were saying, I don't like that idea. However, then I wonder, I think the processes that happen in number 2 still need to happen. So if we say not number 2, it kind of puts a bullet hole in the water tank. So what happens then?
Dennis?
I guess it kind of begs the question of what are we looking at from a estimate of what the budget would be to do this high priority short-term recommendations? What is the number we're looking for? Is it $1 million project? Is it a $2 million project? What are we looking at here?
Mrs. Von Villis?
Well, I'm just thinking about a word like identify potential funding source, okay? Which sounds less like a commitment than it does. I mean, it seems to me that we have to find out. You don't say no before you find out.
Right, but we've been down this road before, and it was, we're gonna charge people for rain that drops in front of their house because it's runoff, it's surface water, becomes surface water, and then based on your frontage.
Okay,
some
but that
kind of
was
form.
then, this is now. And all I'm saying is that you don't want to, I mean, we're not looking, it's not looking here for a commitment, let's do it. It's find out about it. I mean, one of the things that I've noticed from people in the planning board, and even with the people we interviewed today, they mention water. Water is a big problem. The water issue is a big problem in this town. So anything that will allow us to explore it, I think should not be cut off. It's not a commitment until we decide to do it.
Right, but we've been doing it without establishing a utility. We put those systems in place. We've been replacing manholes for years. I think this is more just of looking for a formula to fund this thing is what I'm thinking. I mean, that's what it was in the past. I mean, I don't want to bury my head in the sand, and I'm not throwing a shot at
How I am.
it's leaning toward the sand, but I haven't got there yet.
My perspective
I
is
understand.
you want to find out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
You want to find out.
Okay.
It's like, you don't say, I'm not going to do it
Okay.
because, or because this happened before, or whatever. You always want the information. So to shut off finding the information,
Okay.
Mr. Vice President? Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Again, I can't see, so I don't mean to be rude.
No problem.
I have a suggestion that perhaps what the council could do tonight is agree on the short-term recommendations, because those would certainly be, Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, what's important because water is important in Middletown, and these would be things that we have to act on to do the best short-term mitigation for the water situation. And then let's agree on the short-term ones, move them into Mr. Brown's hands to find out and get the costs for those items, to at least move on the short-term things. So in this instance, I might suggest moving number 2 to long-term, and let's put all the long-term stuff, if whatever we agree is long-term, to a future meeting, not way future, but let's get the short-term ones going and then revisit getting the information on the long-term ones.
Okay. Any councils have any recommend, Mr. Toronto?
I know when you look through this, though, we have high priority short-term recommendations, and that's under surface water impacts. But then if you go to groundwater, there's
Mhm.
another high priority short-term recommendations as well. Okay, so
We're going
and I just see a lot of questions and I don't see any dollars associated with this. When we say, I know that when you say establish stormwater utility, it just takes me back to what Paul was talking about. We were trying to determine the roof sizes that people own, what their driveway sizes were, and we were going to go put a fee on it per, whatever it was.
Yep.
And it wasn't going to be able to be managed very well. And
Yeah.
we got a lot of negative feedback on that.
We did.
So I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more clarity to say, what is the budget we're looking for? And I don't see any numbers associated with this. And if we got to spend some money to identify what the funding is, I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
So okay, that's some good points. If you look at, to your point, Dennis, if you flip the page and go to groundwater, high priority short-term recommendations.
Right.
Number 2 there also, I don't know if it's a number 2 thing tonight or not, but it says evaluate financial and technical feasibility of water extension to the east side of town for each action step, responsible party, and yada, yada, yada. So we looked at that already. And we had meetings on that, and people from the east side, I'm Sean, I can't remember, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was overwhelmingly said no. They didn't want water out there on the east side.
Correct.
But here, it's in front of us again, and I get that, they're doing their due diligence. I just don't want to waste time and we can be focused on other things, identifying, as Dennis said, and Mrs. Vaughn and Terry said, let's get some numbers wrapped around this if possible, and then we can make some decisions. The issue I have is if we say go forward, and then the thing starts growing legs, like it did in the past, well, we've already traveled down that road.
Yeah, but how long ago was that? I remember the stormwater
3 or 4 years.
utility business was, what, a long time ago?
It was,
2018,
yeah, it was about 3 or 4 years.
not that long ago.
So it's back before us, and I'm not sure, we did the surveys for the people out on the east side, said you want water because the wells and the testing, and it was gonna be mandated testing and all kinds of stuff, and, we got some pretty hard pushback on that, so I'm not sure. And then we corrected, Sean, we had, I believe it was East Coast correct the water coming out, the water issue out of Anasex, we worked with that, going down to Baldwin. And then, as I look through some of this list, as far as farmland and working with some of the larger landowners, we've done a lot of that. Some of that's still going on in process, whether it was Vanasex, whether it was Hugendorns, or whoever it was, we've worked with some of those. So some of this to me is a little bit redundant. I think there's some good opportunity here to move forward with some of these items, but that's just my opinion, and let's find out what the council wants to do, and let's move on it one way or another.
Mr. Vice President,
Yes, ma'am.
are we moving on to groundwater? Short term?
We can take them as you want. If you guys want to take short-term surface water first, let's do that. I think that way it's clearer. And
Okay.
then we understand what, instead of trying to take it all at once, because there's a lot here. Okay, so what I've heard was, let's look at all of them. Let's identify the funding source if possible, and I've also heard 1, 3, and 4. So what's the pleasure of the group? Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm just reading the last line of the cover letter. It says, with this memo, planning board is requesting the town council to authorize the planning department and other relevant town departments to proceed with the implementation of these prioritized action items. So, that sounds like, are you suggesting that we can pick that apart? Because
Sure,
it
you can
it
prioritize.
all together.
You can prioritize what we want to prioritize.
And can we do this now? Is this a smart thing to try to pick this apart now?
What's your recommendation then?
I don't want to say special meeting. I don't know what to say.
If we need to have a special meeting, we'll have a special meeting. If
I don't know what the parameters are for that, but I don't know if you want on the
we
fly.
advertise
everybody
48
to be
hours
all
in
over.
advance,
I'm sorry?
we advertise 48 hours in advance and invite people to talk.
I think we need more information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Flynn.
Yes, and I think that So this is a question for Mr. Brown, because the finances keep coming up on these line items. And I guess to Councilor Welch's point, the action item in the memo is a little contradictory to what I thought we agreed on, that whatever we agreed upon would simply go to you to get funding, like a budget for each one, and then it would come back to council and we would decide, I guess, if it was worth that budget number to do it. Whereas this is saying that when we approve it, we're saying that's a go. So I think maybe we do need a separate meeting to clarify and to discuss.
Okay. Can we set that up, Mr. Brown?
We can.
Excellent. Okay. All right, and that's for surface, ground, and traffic's a whole nother separate time, Ron, is that correct? Okay,
Yeah, that's correct.
okay, so we are going to, we've received the communication. We need to vote on it, all in favor? Aye.
This is just a vote to receive it, correct? We're
That's
not
all-
approving anything.
That's all it is, we're just receiving it. Sean's gonna set up a meeting, a special meeting, and so we can gain some more information and more input, okay?
Yes, thank you for the
Everybody good with
clarification.
that? Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you. Just. Yes. We're just going to receive it first, though, okay? Number 31, communication of Paul A. Croce. Paul Croce is a busy guy. So, Planning Board Chair, in reference to amendments to sections 301 and 302 to the Middletown Rules and Regulations regarding the subdivisions and development of land regarding conservation development, submission requirements.
Motion to receive said communication. Second.
So we have a motion and a second just to receive, okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so during a meeting on January 13th, 2021, the planning board held an advertised public hearing and voted unanimously to adopt and forward a positive recommendation to the town council on the attached proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land, Article 3, Conservation Development, Sections 301 and 302 of Article 3. And so what this is if it's approved by the council, the combined amendments would require that conservation and conventional subdivision plan submitted as part of an application to subdivide a parcel of land must include the same number of proposed lots when both are submitted to the board for consideration. So on a conservation subdivision, it's 3 acres or more. Anything under 3 acres, that's not required. What's been happening in my conversations with Peter was, and the reason for this is that, 3 acres or more subdivision, they'd come in, and Ron, help me if I go sideways. They would submit one plan of a conventional plan and say, look, we can get 5 houses over here. But on the conservation plan, we can get 4 houses or 3. The numbers weren't the same. And that's what the planning board's looking to do, regardless of what you come in with, whether it's conventional or conservation development plan. It has to be the same number of houses proposed on both. Right now, it's not like this. This would bring this in uniformity, kind of a house cleaning measure. While the maximum number of lots allowed in the subdivision is determined by the zoning district, and it's typically the same whether used in conservation or conventional design. Some recent applications have included potential conventional and conservation scenarios that did not include the same number of lots. Okay? This impacts the ability of the planning board to compare both options and select which plan they will proceed with. This way, if the council votes to amend this, which I recommend they do, that anybody that comes in with 3 acres or more, whether it's a conventional plan or whether it's a conservation plan, they come in with the same number of lots. It's no different. They would say, hey, if I do this one, I can come in with more. If I do this one, I'd have to come in with less. That might not be feasible for me. That's not fair to the planning board, and it's not a level playing field the way I see it, the way it's written. So, so I think this amendment would allow the planning board in the planning department to really facilitate a direct comparison of development options. So how'd I do, Ron?
Great.
Perfect, perfect.
Question?
Yes, Mrs. Flynn.
Yeah, that was beautifully done, Paul, actually. And I did see that scenario firsthand on the planning board. And so this would resolve many issues and angst, to be quite honest with you, because it forced the planning board's hand in a couple of situations that may not have been best for the town. My only question is this something that requires 2 readings, like an ordinance?
No.
Can you explain why that is? I guess I'm not, the rules and regulations, subdivision rules and regulations are a different animal from, even though it's in our code book?
So this is just, the rules and regulations are adopted by the planning board. They're just being ratified by the council. So it just only requires one.
Okay,
A little bit of a different animal. That's all.
okay.
Yep. Peter actually coached me up on it. Any
An
further?
unfair advantage.
Yes. Any further conversation? Okay.
Okay,
Um,
motion.
yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve the amendments to section 301 and 302 Middletown Rules and Regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land regarding conservation development subdivision requirements.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Excellent. Let's move on to number 32. Memorandum of Charlene A. Rose Cirillo, Chairperson of the Middletown Beach Commission, in reference to Beach Commission motions from the February 9th, 2021 meeting. Number 1, the first motion, not to expand the mooring field, which when we vote on these, we'll vote on them separately if that's okay, because I think that's the right thing to do. And that motion will actually be an affirmative motion. So the motion will actually be to expand the mooring field because it has to be in the affirmative. Not to expand the mooring field this time. And then number 2, to keep the campground fees at the 2020 rate and for 2021 and reassess in 2022 due to COVID restrictions.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
So we have a motion and a second to receive the memorandum. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any discussion?
But Mr. Vice President, are we discussing them both together or separately?
We can, let's take one at a time if we're going to vote on them separately, okay? If everybody's good with that. I think we can talk, let's talk about it at the order they came in. Let's talk about the not expanding the mooring field.
I thought that was already reflected in our beach operating plan.
I'm not, Mr. Brown.
So we did discuss that and we did take that off of the original plan. It was deleted.
Okay.
We had a discussion about the fact that RIDEM would be looking to us for purchasing and operating a more larger pump out boat. And I think the other part of the conversation was trying to maintain the family environment at Third Beach. So it was crossed off. However, the Beach Commission has since passed a motion that matches it. So I think
okay,
you could take a formal vote if you want to.
Yeah, I think we should just
do
take a
that.
formal vote and get it done. Okay, one way or another. Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion on the mooring field, please.
Motion to expand the Third Beach mooring field.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to expand the mooring field at Third Beach. All in favor?
Aye.
No, you don't mean not. Do you not? No, you don't mean
Do
not.
we have any people that want to get into that mooring field?
I'm not sure if they do, but we'd have to purchase a larger pump out.
All right, then I'm opposed.
Okay. That was easy. Anybody opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. So we will not expand the mooring field officially. Okay, the second one is we'll talk about discussion on to keep the campground fees at the 2020 rate for the 2021 season and reassess in 2022 due to COVID restrictions.
Motion to keep the campground fee at
We're
20.
gonna have discussion first.
Okay. Well, let's
Thank
get
you.
out of here.
Okay,
Mr. Vice
So-
President. Oops.
Mrs. Flynn.
Okay, so both Counselor Santos and I serve as liaisons on the Beach Commission. I'm a new liaison, and there is a report attached to this memo from the chairwoman, and it does wish the conversation did determine that the 2020 proposed rate of the campground is inflated given the amenity considerations. And the Beach Commission weighed this along with the COVID environment and saw that it just to keep the fee increase delayed till 2022. This was a unanimous vote, and they did lots of research, had a very in-depth conversation. So my only, I guess, question is, since we're in a state of emergency, could they simply be adjusted? Because I understand there's an ordinance, it's part of an ordinance actually. And I know other business zoning ordinances have been bypassed because of the state of emergency. So I think that there's a couple of questions that maybe Mr. Brown can address.
I will tell you that currently right now, because I asked Sean about this over the weekend, the lot is full. We're booked at the proposed rate increase. So just to let you know. Mr. Brown, do you have anything you'd like to add, for Mrs. Flynn?
So there is an ordinance that's been adopted by the town council. I think the right way to deal with it would be to amend the ordinance, since it is date specific. I don't think it would be something.
I can't hear you,
I
Sean.
can't either.
It wouldn't be something that we would adjust as an emergency order. We're obviously meeting, so if the council desired to change the fee structure, I think it should come back before you for the 2 readings, and you should amend the ordinance. I think
Okay.
Councilor Flynn was suggesting that it could be handled as something I would postpone as an emergency order. And I think that would be somewhat out of the ordinary right now.
It was just a question.
Yep.
Okay. I wasn't aware it was full until I spoke with Mr. Brown. So,
Did not know that either.
yeah, I look at it like this, and some of you may agree, some of you may disagree, but I look at it like, and one of the things I do think needs to happen down there, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to, I'm not in favor of changing the fee. And as I looked at some of these comparisons, and I appreciate the beach committee doing that, because that was very nice to do. You really can't compare some of these to, and I'm not saying they're not nice, but this is on the beach. And so I know it's in a parking lot, but it's access to the beach in to Newport compared to Foxborough. And that's not talking bad about any of these, or Ashaway, Bradford. This is the beach. As I looked at some of these, they did it by month. So say for the one in Foxborough. So we have water, electric, cable, and sewer. Is that accurate, Sean? Down there?
I'm not sure that we have cable.
Well, we have Wi-Fi.
Yes,
We're wireless, right?
yes.
Okay. So if they're getting in Foxborough $1,500 per month, and it's, I would say if it's May, June, July, August, September, and even if you go middle of May to middle of October, it's still 5 months, right? So, $1,500 times 5, you can do the math, right? 7,500. So that's 7,500. And we're on the beach, and it's a desired place to go when we're full. So, and I look at it as, and I get the heartfelt thing. I mean, I get it. I do. And I'm not being a wise guy about it at all. But what I am saying is, last year we were projected, I think, Sean, about roughly to take a hit, about a $300,000 hit or a loss of the beach, in the beach fund, which includes campground, parks and rec, the income from the beach. And we made $333. And that was for several reasons. The second beach lost money. Third beach lost money. The only reason we made money, the $333 that we made compared to the $300,000 projected loss we were supposed to have, was because of two things. One, the campground, and two, the influx of resident and non-resident passes that happened with no daily passes being sold. So are we far off? I don't think we're far off of some of these other places based on location. You know, I look at it as, you know, it's location, 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 whether it's real estate, any type of real estate. And again, this is just my opinion. I've shared it. It's out there. You know, you're not going to get the same price of a house in, you know, maybe Foxborough, or you are in down on the beach overlooking the beach, or have access to the beach. So, you know, there's a price that comes in. The last thing I'll say is I think the people that have been down there for a long time, we've established some pretty good relationships, some tough roads to get there at points in time. But, you know, when we're positive and we're not in the red, we have an opportunity to help improve quality of life here for our residents. And they may not want to hear this, but they're actually non-residents, even though they're part of our community for 5 months. Again, if you want to spread out the beach, that campground season a little bit, so you think you get more for your dollar, I'm okay with that too. That's just me speaking personally. So,
Vice President has her hand up.
okay. Any other councilors have any other discussion, Mr. Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would just like to say I can, in my mind, when you're speaking, I understand what you're saying, and basically it comes down to supply and demand.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's a demand, so you know, in economic terms, you push the price up until we don't fill the campground. I get it. However, being a camper and understanding the beach, I've lived here my whole life, I get it. But I will agree with the Beach Commission that you do not get anywhere near anything inside that campground worth that kind of money. So,
okay.
And I don't see, to Mr. Brown's point, having to go through an ordinance change because that is the rule. I can see it's not going to happen, but that doesn't mean I agree.
Understood. Understood. What I would like to see is, I would like to see us invest some money in there to make some improvements. If we're going to raise the price, we should make improvements. And I do feel that that's the right thing to do. Mr. Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Toronto.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
You had said something, Sean, I know there was a request to open up maybe a couple weeks early. I've got a call from a couple folks saying, hey, can we open up a couple weeks early or maybe stay open a couple weeks later? Is that something you folks have considered?
No, we could look into that.
Okay, I guess you're looking, is there going to be an additional cost to that to open it up a couple of weeks in advance? That's something we can maybe consider doing?
There would be an increased utility cost, but we can look at that if the council desires.
Okay.
Because I did have that request that someone said, I understand it's going up, okay, but if you can't do anything with that, can you give us a couple of weeks early to move in and maybe stay a couple extra weeks? I said, I'll check.
Yeah, I mean, personally, if you want to go a couple weeks early and stay another week or two late, and you expand by a month, and then you average it out compared to some of these other ones, then I think that's fair. Mrs. Von Villas.
Well, I agree with Dennis. I think that's a good idea, but I would want to know that the profit would be higher than the loss of the cost.
Mhm.
But that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say was, again, we have a committee that we have appointed, the Beach Commission, and they've made a recommendation. And if we're not going to listen to them, I wouldn't want to be on that committee. Why do I want to do that?
Well,
If everything that comes to the council, they're going to turn around and they're going to say no.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but that's not a fair statement, Mrs. Von Villas, because we just voted one of their motions, what they wanted. We're not going to agree with every single thing, every committee says. If that's the case, why have a council?
That's what she's getting at.
Yes. Terry, did you have your hand up?
I did not. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Charlene does. That's what it was. Sorry. Charlene, thank you for your patience. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
We can, Charlene.
I had a note pop up. Those motions were done at our February meeting, thinking they were coming before you prior to the bills going out for the 2021 season. The bills are out. I had no idea just now because I'm not brought up to speed on a weekly basis, which I should be, that the campground is sold out. Now, going back to your comment about the campground needs serious TLC. And if we're going to raise the rates, and if we're going to stay in this position next year with a limited amount, we're going to have to give a little bit more for the money. And one of the things we've talked about for the past 3 years is putting washer and dryer units there, and they still have not been done. We've also talked about having cable connect and then taking it down at the end of the season. We also discussed this year, which is, and I'm tired of hearing people say they've not heard this, that we wanted to open the campground this year at May 1st and close it October 12th, Columbus Day weekend. And this does not get this. I don't know why we have a liaison. I'm not talking about the council people, but we also have staff liaison that does not get back to the town administrator. I should not be telling Sean every single day what the beach commission is saying. We do have a town department liaison, and they should be discussing some of the situation that we are having at this beach. This year, the beach has been really up in arms about a lot of things. And I am dead set against daily sales of cars. If we're still in COVID, why are we allowing all these people? You just took off item 17 on the consent docket about the bus people going down there, which is going to drop off tons of people at the beaches this summer. And how are we going to control the beaches again if we're still in COVID? I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay, Charlene. I understand the passion. But that's going to be on us. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about that when we get to the beach operating plan.
Okay, thank you.
But I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
That was May 1st and October 12th.
So is that Sean, is that the dates that were recommended, May 1st through October 12th?
I don't have those with me.
Okay. Can we, if the council's okay, can we look at
it?
Can we look at possibly expanding it and see what the net would be? And
So I'm sorry, it's May 1st through October 12th.
12.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. So Sean, you're saying if we were raise the fee, just to be clear, or Tom, you explained that and Tom picked up on that, was that it would have to go through 2 hearings, which puts us in May anyway. That's just me speaking out loud. So
I don't see, I mean, I have emergency authority. We're all aware of that. I just don't see how that emergency authority, and I'll defer to the solicitor. I don't see where changing a fee adopted by the council where
It would.
the right nexus is there.
Yeah,
correct
it would,
nexus.
it would not be consistent with the other examples that we've used emergency authority for. So this is, those rate increases are in an ordinance that was passed by the council. So in order to change those, you would amend the ordinance. And that would take 2 readings.
Okay, Mrs. Santos.
Did I hear somebody say that the bills have already gone out for this season?
The leases are being processed and mailed out, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay,
Well, you read it and you change it.
I'm not changing anything. You can read it right there or I can read it.
Okay. Motion to keep the campground fees at 2020 rate and reassess in 2022 due to COVID restrictions.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to change the campground fees, to keep the campground fees at the 2020 rate and reassess in 2022 due to COVID. And if this passes, this would have to come back before us for 2 hearings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We have 2 ayes?
Yeah.
Do we have 3 ayes?
Well, yeah.
Am I going to start auctioning off ayes? Okay, we have 3 ayes opposed. Did you vote?
Yes, I said, I voted with Mrs. Von Gogh.
Okay, so we have 4 ayes and 2 opposes, okay? So we'll have to bring that back before us for 2 public hearings. Okay?
For clarification, so are we looking also, so holding the fee and increasing this season, or?
Well, for me, my opinion, I'm one person. It's either keeping the fee the same and keeping the time the same. I don't think we should do both. That's just my opinion. Mr. Welch.
So I'm a little confused because under the circumstances, I would probably say if we talked about making amendments down there and lengthening the season, then I would agree with holding the rate as the ordinance says, which would eliminate a lot of. So if you read it verbatim from here,
okay,
that doesn't say your 2 other caveats. So I
Okay.
don't know how that works. If we can change what they wrote.
The vote was, according to what the motion was to keep the rates at the 2020 fee. He was going to look into the other thing.
Yeah, but, okay.
I understand.
But my question is, and I have the same confusion. We talked about extra money for the extra time. We didn't talk about the fees for the same time. I mean, I thought the first thing that we talked about was that because we talked about whether there would be a net gain. In other words, the cost of it as opposed to the extra money coming in. That was the point.
Okay.
Not to hold the fees and extend the time. I didn't think that was what we were doing.
Mrs.
Comment?
Swan.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that they perhaps could be considered separately. So if this motion holds, if it's not amended, then when we get to the beach operating plan, maybe the discussion is, okay, there's still no amenities. That's going to take another season to get in place. However, if they would like to come early or later, stay later, maybe there's an additional rental fee, not just utility fee for that option.
Okay. I thought we were basing it on how it's currently is. That's how I accepted it.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yes, Mr. Toronto.
Okay, I don't know how we go backwards, but if we let the fee the way it is, my understanding is it's already been booked. Everyone's already agreed to the fee. And what we were going to do is say, okay, well, then let's allocate some additional money to fixing it up, which they're already down there doing things, cleanups and things along those lines. And then extend it on both ends to give them more time. That would cover our expenses and they'll get the benefit of having extra time down there. If we go and say, no, we're not going to raise the rates, we can't afford to extend the times on the ends and we can't afford to do more work down there.
Right, I agree with that.
Yeah.
What he's saying. So I thought it was 2 separate things. That one, we would keep the fee for what exists, but then we would extend the time and charge more.
Mr. President.
You were the next person I was turning to because I need a lifeline right about now.
The question was, how do we go back in time? Because the motion was voted on. One of the 4 council members who voted in the affirmative could make a motion to reconsider, in which case, if that motion to reconsider is granted, would take you back in time to right before the motion was voted on, you could amend the
exactly what I was
motion
thinking.
and,
Mr. Solicitor, I have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
question. Are we tied to this motion as written by the,
no.
so we could
You are
amend,
You're driving the bus and vote on whatever you want.
Okay.
Mrs. Von Villis.
To reconsider.
Yes. I'll second that.
Okay.
I don't know if I can
Wait,
second
it's
that.
gonna put us
It has to
back.
come from somebody in the
Anybody can
affirmative.
second. the
Okay,
motion.
okay. I just wanted to
Anybody
make
can
sure
vote on it.
procedure was being followed. So we have a motion in this motion. You're going to make a motion to reconsider. We have a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 So now you are back to where the original motion was on the floor. So if someone wants to amend that motion to something else, then that would be the next step.
Mr.
in the
Welch.
process.
I'll give it a whirl. I would like to make a motion that the 2021 rates stay as the ordinance states. However, we allow the campground to open up May 1st and close October
12.
12th. Yep. And that the council will look into funding improvements at the campground.
Very good. What was the end of it?
So
Could you-
that's,
What was the end of it? I didn't hear your last words.
That the council will look to fund improvements at the campground.
Okay, but does that mean that we're going to charge extra for the time?
No, I mean to add, like Mr. Cirillo said, we've been promised or we talked about washer and dryers for a while and they don't have them. So that we would make some sort of an upgrade to make the campground better.
Okay, but are you going to charge more if the people for the extra time?
No.
People are there?
no, the
That's the
motion is,
trade-off,
motion is
but
to
not
keep the
for
rate
raising
at the
the rate.
same, but to expand the time frame.
That was the whole
At the
purpose of
2021.
expanding the time frame so that they can enjoy it more and be there longer and feel like they're getting a little more bang for their buck. And at the same time, we need to look at some of the improvements that the Beach Commission has recommended. And Sean, we probably need to get a cost on those.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's going to pay for that?
Yeah. So,
The money goes from.
okay.
So, Mr. President, so if that's that motion to amend, I believe was that seconded?
Yes.
So you'd have to vote first on the amendment, and if the amendment passes, then you can vote on the motion as amended.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the amendment. Right?
What's the amendment again? Read it again.
2021 rates stay as ordinance states. Allow campground to open on May 1, close October 12th. Town council will look into funding amenities and improvements of the beach. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we're going to vote on the amendment first. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor on the amendment? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
And now you
Okay.
vote
You
on the
oppose?
motion as amended.
Hang on. Terry, do you oppose?
No, that was in the affirmative,
Okay.
Mr. Vice President.
Okay. Again, the voice is, yeah, a little bit behind. So, okay. So now we need a motion. Does he need to repeat that motion?
No, you're just going to vote on the motion as amended.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we're going to vote on that motion as amended. Do we get a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Wow. Excellent. Very good job, Mr. Welch.
Very good, sir.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to number 33, communication of John Bagwell, member of Moosters, Middletowners. It took a lot not to say
Monsters.
Middletowners understanding short-term rentals, reference to provide information to the council members to understand the impact of short-term rentals, meaning non-owner occupied, and proposals to address issues.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, and, you know, I had a couple of phone calls, so you know, I'm sure you all did about, you know, how can a resident be allowed to put something on the docket and It came from a couple of the Strom people, to be honest. And so, you know, we listen to Strom. We need to listen to all our residents, whether we like it, what they have to say, or what they don't have to say. So I think that's important. We do that, and then following that, we can tie. We're going to have discussion on the next item from Mrs. Von Villis and Mr. Welch about their short-term rentals proposals and timeframes. So having said that, we have a motion to second to receive this communication. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any discussion amongst the councils? You'd prefer to hear from Mr. Bagwell first? Okay, Karen. Mr. Bagwell, could you raise your hand so Karen can bring you in, please? We have Mr. Bagwell, Mr. Frank, and Mr. Connerny. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bagwell, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
John Bagwell, 587 Tuckerman Avenue, Middletown. During a recent council meeting, a number of short-term rental owners announced the formation of a group named STROM, Short-Term Rental Owners of Middletown. Their message to the council focused on the benefits the STRs bring to Middletown. In response to issues raised at that council meeting,
I can't hear anything.
Are you there, Mr. Bagwell?
can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. We lost you there. In response to the council members from that meeting, and that's where you cut out.
Okay, in response to issues raised at that council meeting, agenda item 34 offers a proposal to establish a task force to, quote, ensure that all concerns are addressed and acted upon. Now, recognizing that STROM focuses on the benefits of the short-term rentals, a number of us are concerned with the negative impact that non-owner occupied short-term rentals are having on the socio and economic and community fabric of Middletown. And we have formed a group named Musters, Middletown Owners Understanding Short-Term Rentals. It is our mission to twofold, provide accurate information to council members to help them understand the impact of non-owner occupied STRs on Middletown, and then to offer proposals to address these problems. Musters views as its responsibility to stay in continuous contact with the council over the next few months. A few Musters have offered to speak, making an effort not to repeat the comments of prior speakers in order perhaps to keep it shorter than to keep our comments focused. And at this point, that is my comment, and I gather a couple of others are on the list to speak. Any
Okay.
questions for me?
Anybody, councilors, or anybody have any questions for Mr. Bagwell? Okay.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's the intro comments. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bagwell. Next to speak is Mr. Lawrence Frank.
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road, Middletown.
Good evening, Mr. Frank.
Thank you. On March 3rd, short-term rental owners addressed the council. Sarah Miner, one of the group named Strom, stated, "The perception seems to be the STR owners are making the big bucks. My goal is to dispel that belief," she said. Mrs. Miner went on to outline a typical STR balance sheet, as she said, not a real house, but a compilation and averaging data from core members of Strom. Her example was based on a 12-week period in high season and rents for $1,000 a night. She said for the 12-week period, the revenue would be $36,000 and the off-season would bring in an additional $28,000. That total would be $64,000. According to her calculations, after expenses, the profit from that rental would be $6,000. In her words, not big bucks the public might have expected. But here's the problem. Her example is not a real house, and the financial rewards are much greater than she would have you believe. And in fact, as an STR owner, She knows better. Sarah Miner, through an LLC, owns 3 STR properties in Middletown. According to town and state records, she owns properties at 64 Alston, 96 Briarwood, and 111 Reservoir. As of this Sunday, according to Airbnb listings for bookings in June, July, and August, there are 247 rental days booked for these 3 properties. And taking her $1,000 a night claim, that would bring in $247,000. Also, there is the off-season receipts, which Ms. Miner said would bring in an additional $28,000 each, or $84,000 for these 3 houses. The total received for all properties adds up to $331,000, and that number does not include additional rental days booked as the season progresses. The $331,000 means the average receipt for each one of these 3 properties would be $110,000, not the $64,000 she claimed. The difference is an extra $46,000 profit for each property on top of the $6,000 profit she already claimed. Miss Miner includes in her expenses the cost of a mortgage. Utilities, property tax, and property taxes are fair claims for expenses. Mortgages are different. Mortgage expense increases the owner's equity in the house. The STR is in effect buying the house for the owner. The attraction of big bucks is understandable. For members of Strom, it has taken over any sense of responsibility for the damage they have done and will continue to do to Middletown in their unending pursuit of maximizing their investments. It is long past time for the council to put the needs of all citizens first and prohibit STRs in residential zoned areas of Middletown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Okay, Rob Conarney?
Yes, thank you. Rob Conerney, 9 Renfrew Park.
Hi, Rob.
Hey, okay, so first, let me just clarify that what I'm about to say does not apply to owner-occupied premises upon which the owner maintains his or her principal residence. What I'm speaking about are those non-owner occupied short-term rentals that are being operated as commercial businesses in a residential zone neighborhood, many of which we know are owned by people and corporations that are not Middletown residents. You know, we are fortunate that our town has so many economic opportunities. In Middletown, we have the marine trades, we've got the Navy, we've got the Aquidneck Corporate Park, we have retail, medical, and financial services. We are not, and we never have been, primarily a tourist town, nor should we be. All of which makes me wonder why the Middletown Town Council is ignoring the problems generated by STRs and is instead appearing to embrace them. These problems are nuisance and quality of life issues, elevated property valuations, and the loss of housing stock, which displaces working families that support our economy and our school system year-round. Residents are forced to put up with all these problems and the high cost of housing in exchange for the promise of a few tourist dollars, the vast majority of which goes into Newport and supports primarily low-paying seasonal jobs. But don't take my word for it. Please have a look at the link to the report we sent out, published by the Economic Policy Institute. Or just have a look at Newport, where they have already prohibited STRs in a residential neighborhood. This, of course, explains why we are seeing an explosion of non-owner occupied STRs in our Middletown neighborhoods. STR speculators and corporations, many of which are not Middletown residents, are moving into Middletown, where it is essentially the Wild West in terms of ordinance and enforcement. Why are non-owner occupied STRs not okay in a tourist town like Newport, but they are welcomed in Middletown? Newport does not allow it in their residential areas, but we do. Yet most of the revenue that STRs bring in end up in Newport and not Middletown. Thus, we bear the brunt of the problems and little of the economic benefit. Considering what Newport has done regarding this issue, why has the Middletown Town Council not enacted similar ordinance provisions for STRs in our town? You know, I heard you guys talk an hour and a half ago about pickleball. And you said, well, I like the idea of pickleball, but I want it all in one place. I think it should all be in the recreational area altogether where it won't disturb our residents. Well, that's great. That was a nice, thoughtful discussion. Put the pickleball where it doesn't bother everybody. But yet, SDRs can be any place. Thank you.
Okay, Rob, thank you very much. Okay. So we have Strom and we have Musters now, right? So we appreciate the input and thank you for your comments. So let's move on to number 34. We have roughly about 15 minutes left. Let's see if we can't get through this one, okay? Very good. Number 34, memorandum of Councilor Von Villis and Councilor Welch in reference to short-term rentals.
Motion to receive said memorandum. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay. Just as a point, Mr. Toronto is going to recuse himself from this discussion. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to receive the memorandum. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know who wants to go, Council Welch or Councilor Von Villis.
Okay, well, at the special meeting we had about a month ago, there was a lot of polarization, people on both sides of the issue.
Yep.
We know that there are very strong feelings within the community on both sides. And quite frankly, what we tried to do was create something that was fair to everybody. One of the things that we thought was important was to set a timeline, because even starting now, there's nothing we can do about this season because people are already renting this season. But so we need to get this finished so that something is in place in time to make sure that it works in 2022. So the first thing that we did was we identified a timeline, which is here. And hopefully within this particular timeline, starting this month in April, with advertising for task force members, that we would be able to complete the process by November or December of 2021, which would allow time for it to be in place for the 2022 season. So the following motion is intended to initiate the process. And let me say beforehand that one of the things that we agreed upon was that a small committee representative of all sides would be the important thing. People that will speak for each side, but actually small enough committee that they can get something done rather than talk and talk and talk. Okay, so the motion is to appoint a task force to discuss and make recommendations regarding registration, regulation, and enforcement of short-term rentals to include the following 7 voting members and support staff. And these would be the members: 2 members from the town council, 1 representative from Discover Newport. That would probably be Evan Smith, who certainly has a lot of experience. And Mr., if there's any questions about that, I'm sure that the town administrator would be able to explain about that. 1 short-term rental operator, Strom, the organization would choose that person. They would select that representative. Another short-term rental operator chosen at large from applicants. In other words, we're trying to get representation from a large group of people, not just the Strom Group, but also other people. One representative from the public, a non-operator who lived south of a Quidnick school, that again would be an applicant. And then one representative from the public, a non-operator, who would be at large, again, another applicant. So that would be 7 members of the committee. And the support staff, they would act as advisors. They would not be voting members, but they would act as advisors. And that would include the town administrator, the building zoning official, the police chief, and the town clerk. So the recommendation is that small committee, timeline, get things done, fair to everybody. That's the point. Mr. Welch, do you want to add anything?
I do, and I don't, again, I'm not sure about procedure here, and I just am thinking of this today. I did not say it to you, but in light of the musters and the Strom people and anybody else that makes up an acronym and puts a group together, I am of the feeling that we should not allow Strom or any group to select one of the people. I think that both the operators and the non-operators, the 4 positions, should be applicants. And part of my reasoning for that is Jen and Mike Cunningham have done a ridiculous amount of work, as did Strom, and I'm sure Muster as well. However, they don't have a group. And if I were to choose anybody myself to put on that committee, it would be one of the Cunninghams. So they don't get the luxury of having to be backed by a group. So I would like to say whatever our motion is, no affiliation. It's 2 from each side. I don't know how you feel about that, or whether what Mrs. Von Villas already said was the motion, but that's my thought.
Well, we can always amend the motion.
Okay.
There was no second.
Yeah.
So
There was what?
there was no second.
Oh, there was no second,
So
okay.
You can repeat the motion.
You
Okay.
okay with that?
Changing it.
I don't have a problem with that.
That's why we love having you here, Wendy.
And I have
Keep
one
us
more,
straight.
point. If, Sean, if you would just give me the little rendition of Discover Newport guy again, because I didn't know who he was or what he does, but it sounds like a good move. If you could just expound on that a little bit.
Sure. And Paul can attest to this also. Evan
Yeah.
Smith is the president of Discover Newport. He's been there for well over 30 years, and he's an extraordinary resource to the town. Quite frankly, I don't know of anyone I would recommend first before
Most
Evan.
knowledgeable tourism person you ever want to meet.
Yep. So Discover
Probably in the
Newport.
country.
Yep, promotes tourism on the island, and that organization is actually set up under Rhode Island general law. Earlier today, I forwarded to you just the statute that establishes the group, but also under their purposes, and it's exactly what we're talking about. One of the reasons Discover Newport exists is to aid the municipalities in Newport and Bristol County in resolving problems which may arise due to the growth of the tourism industry, and to improve the quality of life in Newport and Bristol County. So Evan has that responsibility. I've spoken to him several times. He brings the perspective of the tourism industry, and also, as I talked to him today, can bring to the table discussion about the best practices for short-term rentals within communities. And again, he is a professional in the tourism industry, as Paul said, recognized nationally.
Yes.
And he understands the community. So
And it's the fairness. That's what we need, is the fairness.
Yeah.
I think he
And
would
he's a
bring
very
that definitely
fair
to the
individual.
table. Because I think, one of the things that's come through this process is the council hasn't said we don't want short-term rentals, and they haven't said we want them to overrun the neighborhoods. It's looking to find a balance that's fair and something that works for our community. And again, that's where Evan comes from. And again, it is part of our organization. That's where some of our hotel taxes go, and he can bring considerable resources to the table.
Yeah, I worked with Evan 6 years, being on that board, and he's he's somebody that you can really turn for solid information and, resources to be able to help us make better decisions.
And a steady hand.
A very steady hand, very steady. So I agree with Tom. When I looked at this, I think you guys did a great job. Thank you for putting it together. One of the things I had was the same thing Tom brought up. I don't know we set a precedent by having an organization, pick who they're going to put on the.
This was written a month ago before
Okay.
we had all the other stuff.
Understood, understood. Otherwise, we set that precedent, you
Yes.
know what's gonna happen. So if when they get somebody on there, that's great, and I think they should have some representation on there, just not saying, hey, this is our person.
No,
The
exactly.
council will select that based upon the
Exactly.
applications that come forward. So if we could just take out selected by their organization, I think that
Exactly.
when we make that motion, I would certainly be in favor of that. Okay, the only other thing that I had on this, and I don't know if this is, you guys considered this or not, and maybe that can go along with the building/zoning official. At some point in time, I would still, and this may open up a can of worms, but I would still, if we do anything this year, everyone said it's enforcement, enforcement,
Oh, yes.
enforcement. I think at some point in time, the administrator might have to bring, that's just my opinion, and I just want to kind of get the flavor here. It's a recommendation for an enforcement person for short-term rentals.
Right, right.
Because from what I've gathered, based off of speaking with Wendy this week and Sean, they're inundated right now with trying to juggle all the things we're asking them to do. Budget season, the timing of it is just kind of crucial. So, my vision would be this person does the permitting, collects the money, does the enforcement, looks for people that aren't registered, the whole deal. So I just wanted to, I didn't know if that was part of your plan or not. At some point, it may alter this a little bit if that does become a reality. I don't know. Mr. Welch.
Is that something that would be a motion at the next meeting? I mean, if this was not part of this motion, I think we need to.
Sure, we
act
could
on-
add it,
on-
sure.
No, I would prefer to act on this motion alone and then add that motion, because I have no problem with that motion. I
Okay.
just want to be sure that it fits within what the administrator wants. This one, I think, is very clear the way it is. This takes care of.
Okay, I agree. And I think at this point in time, I'm not looking for that tonight. I just wanted to throw it out there, but I think at this point in time,
We need to
I
get
think
this
we
in
need to get
place.
this in place because that's what we said we were gonna do
Exactly.
and not change the course right now until Sean or somebody comes forward with something.
Right, and could be at the next meeting.
Yes. I agree.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So,
Vice
yes.
President.
Do you want to just repeat that motion?
Okay, to appoint a task force to discuss and make recommendations regarding registration, regulation, and enforcement of short-term rentals to include the following 7 voting members and support staff. 2 members from the town council, 1 representative from Discover Newport, 2 short-term operators, I guess it would be.
Yep.
And 2 representatives from the public. And those are identified as in particular areas, south of the Aquidneck School and 1 at large.
Right, that are non-operators.
Non-operators, yes.
Okay.
And all would be applicants.
Okay.
I'll second that. Tom, is
You gonna
that okay?
second that?
Yep.
You okay with that, Tom?
Oh, Is the support staff line part of that motion?
Hang on one second, Terry. I don't think she recused herself. She can talk. Yeah.
I did not
What's that?
recuse.
Okay,
Because this is
Okay.
just to set up the task force, correct?
okay, yes,
That's all we're doing.
yes, that's correct.
So was the motion supposed to include that support staff line at the very bottom? Support staff, non-member advisors to include,
Right, it should include the last line.
Yes, it was.
Staff.
Mrs. Von Villis, you want to just add that to, do we have to amend it at this point? Because it
Include the
was,
Town administrator, building zoning official, police chief, and town clerk.
Okay, thank you, Terry.
Okay, so can I just make sure I have the motion proper? 2 members from the town council, 1 representative from Discover Newport, 2 STR operators.
Yes.
Okay, 1 representative from the public non-operator, South Aquidneck School, 1 non-operator at large,
Yes.
and the support staff.
Yes.
That included all.
Yes.
Okay. All right. just wanted to
So,
make sure
but I just want to be clear on one thing, the 2 STR operators, 1 will be from Strom and 1 will be at large, not a member of Strom.
Yes. In other words.
Just
they
want to make sure we're
choose-
clear on
You
that.
want 1 from Strong.
No,
I thought they were just 2 members.
get
I
rid of the
thought
strong
Or
part.
I thought the whole Strong.
No, we got rid of selected by their organization. We're still accepting somebody from them, but not selected by their organization.
What's the difference?
In other words, they're not going to go, hey, this is it, right? This is who we want.
Yeah, that would allow them the ability to do that. They would.
There's really no
yeah.
difference. I'm saying that it doesn't matter who you are. If you're operators, then 2 people get, we can pick a strong person, but they don't automatically get one.
Right.
Okay.
How about the
Mr.
group?
Vice President?
Didn't we tell them we'd give them a seat at the table?
I'm sorry?
Did we say that they'd have a seat at the table at the the meeting?
No. we didn't
Okay,
receive-
I just want to
I
make,
had that last
Maybe.
time. I think that it was 7 people, 2 Council Evans Smith, 1 Strom, 1 at large, 1 Easton's Point, and 1 where that was.
I think that's what we
One of my
told them.
notes from last time. The last time you discussed it before you were putting the timeline and everything together. Correct?
You mean
I-
the last meeting?
Remember, yeah, the last meeting.
Well, the last meeting, we didn't even talk about it. What happened at the last meeting was you guys all pointed at me and told me to create a task force. That's what happened.
And you did a fantastic
That was
job.
That was just our discussion.
No, it wasn't, there wasn't anything. It was
Okay.
like, go do it.
Okay, whatever the pleasure, whatever you guys came up with it, so.
So what I'm saying, and this is only me, I think that, and whether that was said and maybe even possibly by me, as far as this motion goes and establishing this committee, I think it should be fair across the board. Nobody gets to pick anybody except us.
Applicants.
So that doesn't mean strong people don't get picked,
No.
because I think they bring a lot to the table, but I don't want to identify them as part of the committee.
Okay.
Right.
Are you guys good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Vice President,
Yes, ma'am.
is anyone on to speak on this?
Yes, we're gonna get to that in
Okay.
a second.
Mr. President,
Yes.
shouldn't she be excused?
No, that's up to her, ma'am. So, okay, so we have a bunch of people that want to talk, and we're past 10:30, so I'm going to ask the council
Motion to adjourn.
if they would like to finish this item.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we need a motion to extend the meeting, Mr. Vice President?
I believe we do.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to finish item number 34.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the first person up to speak is Mr. Frank, Lawrence Frank.
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road. This problem with short-term rentals is not new. In fact, it's been discussed often for the past couple of years. And since Mr. Welch and Ms. Von Villis has made this presentation, I would like to ask them directly whether they think short-term rentals should be prohibited in residential areas.
Is that the discussion right now, though?
It's actually not. I mean, you can choose to answer if you want to answer. You don't have to answer if you choose not to answer. That's up to you.
What was the question?
The question was, Mr. Frank asked, since you came up with this, do you believe short-term rentals belong in residential areas? I mean, I don't,
What did he say?
he wants to know if you believe that short-term rentals belong in residential areas.
I don't believe that we need to comment on that.
Okay, okay.
He's asking for a personal opinion, and I don't believe that belongs at the political body.
Okay.
And just,
We're not
Mr.
here-
Vice President, oh,
We're not here.
Terry,
to-
hang on. Mrs. Von Willis is talking.
I didn't
We're not
hear her.
Okay.
We're not here to represent our opinion. We are here to represent 16,000 people in Middletown. And that's all I'm here for. I don't have an opinion on this. I want to make sure that the decision is fairly made.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to give my opinion then, and that is that, do I think short-term rentals should be anywhere they want in a residential neighborhood? No, I don't. But we are where we are. It's happened for a long time, and I can't imagine we're going to back up. I think we're going to make the best of it, and we're going to enforce it and make it better for everybody.
Okay.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes, Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you. I just never know if you can see me. So, just to focus, because, earlier on a prior agenda item, when I asked to survey the council on if they felt that the, citizens in the neighborhood, if they agreed that they should redefine, that wasn't on the agenda. And, I did not recuse from this because it is simply to put together the skeleton of the task force. So if we can focus on, stay in that topic, that would honor the agenda and, my decision to continue to participate.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Mrs.
I thought we had a list of people that we were going to listen to tonight.
We are going to listen.
We're listening to Mrs. Flynn.
Well, she's a council person. She had a remark to make, so we're going to listen to her.
We'll never get out of here.
So, Chuck Bodeman.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Bagwell was also going to speak on this item. I'm not sure if you have it on your list.
He's not on this list.
Okay.
He can talk, but he'll talk at the, in order of the
Because he
people.
had asked earlier, and for some reason I must have forgot to put it on.
Oh, he did ask and you forgot to put him on? Oh, he was the first one that asked. Okay. Let's have Mr. Bagwell, in fairness to Mr. Bagwell. Is he there, Karen?
All right.
Name and address, sir.
John Bagwell, 587 Tuckerman. I'm going to read a prepared statement. The projected timeline for the task force is focused on STR issues leading to proposals that would become effective for the 2022 season. I understand this timing reflects Strom's request that the town not implement changes that would affect the lease agreements between STR owners and their clients. However, I believe that there are a few changes that could be developed and adopted over the next few weeks by the town council and the administration that would improve the town's management of STRs. Changes that would not only have no impact on this year's relationship between the STR owners and their clients, but should also be consistent with the goals of Strom. In addition to improved enforcement, I offer the following 3 suggestions. 1, encourage unregistered STRs to register using the carrot and stick approach. The town sends a mailing to all property owners advising the owners of unregistered STRs that they have 30 days to register. The carrot, no penalty for failure to register in the past. The stick, failure to register within the next 30 days or by May, you name it, will result in a fine of, you said it, and the STR will not operate in 2021 or 2022. So let's get these people registered. We send out, the town has just sent out a mailing to all property owners telling them what their taxes are. And we can use the same process for sending out mailings to all property owners, telling them about implementing this particular process. Secondly, revise the registration process. Why? The proposal would simplify the review and the analysis of STRs in Middletown. The current process, the town uses only one form to cover all STRs. Proposal, one form for each of the 3 groups of STRs. A, owner occupied. This premises is the owner's principal residence. This would require the owner's certification. It applies to all owner occupied STRs. B, there are two registration forms here. First is those with a lease term of 30 days or less. That is the state's definition of an STR. And B, those with the lease terms of between 6 months and 31 days.
Mr. Bagwell,
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm sorry. We're just talking about, this is all going to be discussed once this task force is formed. We're just talking about the composition of this task force.
Okay, well,
That's all we're talking about this evening.
Well, actually, I think as long as you're not talking about the timeline, that's fine. But I believe the timeline should start now. And there are changes that can be put into place now that go beyond simply, and that includes enforcement, which you've already discussed. So long as you're open to changes, begin changes between now and June 30, I'm fine.
Okay. Again, this is just for this task force and the structure and the composition of it, how it's going to be made up. We're not talking about any rules or regulations or changing anything at this point. I believe the council made that decision a meeting or two ago, not to move forward based on the lack of information that we had at that time. So right now, this is just for the discussion is for how this task force is going to be made up. So those all seem like good ideas that you can bring forward. If you or somebody else is on the task force, okay?
Yeah, I just think they should be brought forward between now and June 30 and not wait till next year.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Okay. Chuck Bodeman?
You hear me?
Yes, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
This is Chuck Bodeman, 19 Wright Terrace. Thank you very much for supporting the creation of the task force. It's be critical in gathering the data you require to improve and enforce the STR ordinances. My question is, what attributes are you looking for in applicants?
Mr. Bodeman, we're getting a lot of feedback from you. It's very hard to understand you.
Try again with the question.
Yes, if you could repeat the question, and we'd appreciate that, sir.
Sure. What attributes are you looking for in applicants that apply for the task force?
I'm not sure where we know that yet. I think, again, we're just looking for, there's going to be how this task force is made up. How. Yeah, and the town clerk's going to advertise for that. We're just looking right now for the structure. I'm not sure that was thought about at the time. The task was to come up with a structure and a timeline for this task force to be developed. When it does, they'll start advertising. And they spelled out in it was 2 members from the council, 1 representative from Discover Newport, 2 short-term rental operators, 1 representative from the public, a non-operator south of Aquidneck School, 1 representative from the public, non-operator at large, and then the support staff from the town. We didn't talk about any attributes at that point in time. That'll be determined based upon what comes in on the applications, would be my guess.
Right. Understood. I would recommend that the town council discuss this and agree about those attributes prior to actually selecting the applicants.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Rob Carnani? Rob?
Rob Canerney, 9 Renfrew Park. Considering the body of evidence supporting tighter regulations for STRs and what other towns, including neighboring Newport, have already done regarding this issue, the notion that Middletown needs a task force to study this matter is troubling. It is not clear to me why the town has not been willing or able to enact similar ordinance provisions for STRs in residential areas of our town. Councilman Welch Newport did not simply throw their hands up and say, well, we have it now, so I guess there's nothing we can do. I am concerned by both the timeline and composition of the proposed task force. With the town council not scheduled to discuss recommendations again until September, the residents of Middletown will be subject to another summer of non-action, weak regulation, and non-existent enforcement options. Surely there are actions, such as those outlined earlier by John Bagwell, that could be taken immediately that would improve the quality of life for town residents and will not impact the existing contracts and relationships that STRs have made with their customers. Regarding composition of the proposed task force, I note 2 current operators of STRs and a member of Discover Newport, the official tourism resource for Newport, assigned to the task force. Thus, the proposed composition of this task force is unmistakably more suited to advocate for increased tourism and solidify Middletown's role in providing the non-owner occupied STR inventory to Newport. Since Newport already prohibits this activity in a residential area, Middletown's going to give it to them. If the stated purpose of the task force is to, quote, ensure that all concerns are addressed, the task force needs to have membership comprised of Middletown residents only that do not have a financial interest in non-owner occupied STRs operating in residential areas of Middletown. Folks, we are talking about residential areas of our town where our homes are for most of us. Whereas the non-owner occupied STR is a commercial entity being operated in a residential zone. Residents should have a means to address the town council as residents on a residential issue that is free from commercial interests. Okay, this is a residential neighborhood, residential issue. Owner occupied STR residents could represent the STR perspective of owner occupied STRs, since this type of use is allowed by right and is not a concern. In other words, you want to have an STR person on there, it can be a owner occupied STR. But to me, having a commercial entity that has a financial stake in the outcome should not be allowed on this task force.
Okay.
And I don't know why a Newport County tourism expert is on the task force.
Okay. I'm going to need you to wrap it up, Rob, because you're past the 5 minutes, okay?
I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. Leon Amarant. Is he on, Karen? Okay.
I'm on.
Hey,
Good
Leon,
evening.
name and address. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Leon Amarant, 60 Island Drive. I have 2 items I'd like to comment on. But before I do so, I am taken aback by the direction that this meeting's going. I don't believe that the agenda item preceding this one should have been allowed, as it's directly concerned. They're both associated. And I don't think that should have been allowed. I think these people's comments should have been part of the commentary in this agenda item. And I don't believe they should have been given the special treatment with their own agenda item in this council meeting. If I may continue. I have 2 items I'd like to discuss. First, I would like to provide input on the position on the task force that has been carved out for Discover Newport. This task force should only include tax-paying residents of Middletown. I actually agree with the preceding caller, without exception. And I am unsure how or why a member from Discover Newport would be given a voting role in this group. Discover Newport should at best provide an advisory role, supplying the task force with industry data regarding travel and tourism. Giving the organization a voting role on matters exclusive to Middletown residents, particularly regarding recommendations for changing town ordinances, does not make much sense. In their place, I believe a better option is a resident Middletown small business owner who should be included in the task force. This person would have an obvious vested interest in this discussion and in Middletown and the future of Middletown as both a resident and a business owner, and they would provide invaluable input as such. In fact, the lack of this perspective on the task force would be an obvious blind spot. I hope this council considers this point and keeps the makeup of the task force as I believe is the case with all other recognized town committees exclusive to Middletown residents. I've also read a few statutes, and according to Title 17 Town Policies, Policy 1, Boards, Commissions, and Committees Handbook, I quote, "To assist the council in gaining a greater awareness of the sentiments of the residents," quote, "committees and commissions composed of local residents familiar with a specialized aspect of Middletown and its needs have been formed," end quote. So I don't think it's appropriate for a non-resident be part of, have a voting role in a task force in Middletown, or a committee or a commission. I don't think there's precedent for that. Second, this is my last point. Earlier in the meeting, the administrators, in the administrator's town update, I believe Mr. Brown mentioned some kind of report or reports being made regarding short-term rental issues over the past week or weeks. He mentioned that he is planning on using that information to craft policies to enforce ordinances. I don't believe we are in short-term rental season, and my concern is that issues with long-term rental activity, for example, 9-month college or military rentals, which are going on right now, are being incorrectly attributed to short-term rentals. In other words, more bad data. With that in mind, I would ask Mr. Brown if he confirmed that any of these issues that were shown to him were verified as being from short-term rental guests. And can these reports, since they were sent to the administrator, be made available to the public for review so that these issues can be validated? Thank you, and I look forward to your responses.
Leanne, I thank you. I do have one response for you. When you stated that the previous docket item was given special treatment, nobody's given special treatment. You and all the short-term rental people had a voice at the table, and we listened to you for several meetings. This group formed, whether you like them forming or not, they're residents, and they deserve to be heard just as well and equally. So special, no. Equal, I'll agree with that.
May I respond?
This isn't going to be a debate because we're
I
already
don't
past
expect it
11.
to be.
We're getting on 11 o'clock now, okay?
But to be clear, Councilor Rodrick.
And when you called me on the phone this week, I told you I was going to allow them to speak because I thought it was the right and fair thing to do. So it wasn't a surprise to you.
Well, I would appreciate that other residents get the same opportunity to have their own
Okay.
special agenda items in the future.
Okay, sir. All right. Thank you, Leon. Okay, Mr. Redfern.
Good evening, James Redfern, 275 Green End Ave. Mr. Vice President, you've done a good job tonight in a long meeting, and I appreciate that. I just have a couple of comments. We talked here about the task force being fair to everybody, and I would absolutely echo, if I can do so briefly, that having somebody from Discover Newport adds no value. They're a professional organization who have a vested interest in getting tourists to come here and leave dollars behind. They have no interest in the ordinances and the enforcement within Middletown. So I would ask that person be stricken. I do think the idea of having a business owner is much preferred. The other thing I would say is on the non-owner operators, why do we have a geographic distinction between the two on the non-owner operators side when we do not have that geographic distinction on the STR owners side? I think that if we're going to put geographic distinctions on, it should be on both sides of the coin in order to have this be truly fair to everybody. My final question is, to one of the earlier points, and I'm not sure who made it, but, I'm now going into, I don't know, the 16th or 17th year dealing with this. And when we first started talking in January, I was cautiously optimistic that I would get some type of a reprieve this year. And I would really appreciate it if somebody from the town could tell me how I'm supposed to deal with this again this year, because clearly nothing's going to get done ahead of the summer, which quite honestly, I once again dread. If somebody could let me know how to deal with that, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, I don't have any further comments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Redfern. I think as I listen to some of the folks speak, I'm almost in agreement that, I actually am in agreement that I'm not sure, as knowledgeable as Evan is, I agree, maybe it should just be residents. That's just my take. Having said that, Mr. Redfern, I think that also, I still think I'm still hoping we get a zoning enforcement officer for this season. If we do anything, I believe it needs to be an enforcement person. So that's just my opinion. Having said that, one of the things that certainly I've communicated to Mr. Brown is that there cannot be that gap of, if there isn't an enforcement person, there can't be that gap of when somebody calls, if there's an issue, whether it's short-term rental or any issue, or long-term rental, cannot be that gap of, well, and this isn't a knock on the police department or the building official, as department. It cannot be, well, it's a zoning issue. And then Monday morning or the next morning, they call the building official's office and they say, well, it's a police issue. So I think Mr. Brown was pretty clear on that and with his staff about that cannot happen. So I can't say that's going to solve your issues. I'm still hoping that we get an enforcement person this year in place that can start addressing some of these issues. That's just my opinion. And thank you for calling in. Isabel Burnham.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Your name and address to the record, please.
My name is Isabel Burnham and I live at 35 Rosa Road. I don't really have any comments besides to say I'm a lifelong resident of Middletown and I am a member of STROM. And we look forward to working with the task force to help gather legitimate data and offer our expertise in the industry being discussed, create a short-term rental ordinance that serves the entire community and ensure that short-term rentals continue to be a net positive for the town. Having grown up in this town, I can absolutely see both sides of this argument, and I truly believe that there can be a happy medium that will be found by a task force. So I'm just looking forward to this moving along, and thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. Thank you for calling in. That was a little bit different twist on it, which was actually welcome to hear. But thank you, Isabel. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. Tricia Onofrio?
Hello, can you hear me?
Good evening, Tricia. How are you? Your name and address for the record, please.
Trisha Onofrio, 23 Warren Avenue. In the interest of time, I'll try to keep this very short. Just that we have been doing short-term rentals for 25 years and have certainly seen how it has changed over time, changed neighborhoods. I do understand issues on both sides. The only point in thinking about Evan Smith and Discover Newport, it probably being a voting member of that organization of this task force might not make sense, but having him in an advisory role, I think could make sense. I do think that these issues Middletown is struggling with is happening all over the world. Communities all over the world are trying to figure this out, and he might have access to that data and that information about how other communities have been able to compromise and figure it out together. I've heard other members of Muster talk about, Newport doesn't allow short-term rentals. You can look at Airbnb, you will see you can get short-term rentals anywhere you want in Newport. They are having trouble enforcing this as well. I guess that's just my final comment, is using professionals as an advisory of how other communities are kind of figuring out this issue, to find that compromise and happy medium. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. Appreciate it. Okay, Dan Titus.
Good evening, Dan Titus, 383 Paradise Avenue. Mr. Vice President, members of the council, first, thank you for your taking extra time to hear this. I appreciate it. It's an important issue. I'm glad we're trying to tackle this. Thank you, Councilor Welch, for making that initial change in the composition. And I think we should go one step further. It's not often that I agree with Leon, but he's absolutely right. I think Mr. Smith, I don't know him, should definitely not be on this commission, on this committee. I still think it is lopsided though, and I think someone else brought it up. There is that geographic thing. There is that most of this is leaning towards these short-term renters. I think it should be 100% not Middletown taxpayers, Middletown voters, people who actually live in Middletown and vote in Middletown. Not that they pay taxes here, but they live here. That's what matters to me. I think a business person would be good for this, committee. In addition to that, we've heard it said that enforcement is a big key. We have a police force. Mr. Brown, you head that police force. He reports to you, that chief. Make them do their job. Knock on doors. Have a community-oriented policing program if you don't have one. They can solve these issues if they choose to solve these issues. It's not easy. It's going to be difficult for everybody. I voted 7 people into the city council, a town council here. You guys get to make this decision. Councilor Von Villas, you represent 16,000 people, but you still have to be the one that casts that vote. Everybody casts a vote unless you recuse yourself. It all falls on you. Let's not rely on committees and commissions to give us a way out of doing what is right for the people. You guys have done a great job handling this situation. It's a tough situation. I'm just afraid it's going to turn into that basic thing that Charles Kettering said. He said, if you want to kill anything or any idea in the world, give it to a commission. And Councilor Von Villas, you say this all the time. They get into commissions and they fall. We can't even agree to give our least prosperous people in this town a place to live, our elderly. And now we're going to try to solve short-term rental where there's hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have to get on the same page. And we need representation that's fair on this commission. Once again, thanks for your hard work. I appreciate everything you do. And I'm sorry it's gone so long for you tonight.
All right, Dan, we appreciate you calling in. Thank you, sir. Okay, Sarah Miner.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sarah. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yep, Sarah Miner, 7 Cogshell Circle, Middletown.
Yep.
And I, like the others, I do appreciate being able to speak, especially now considering the hour and many hours after some of our bedtimes, including my own. So thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, for the opportunity to speak. And as a member of STROM, I did want to extend a specific thank you to Councilors Von Villas and Welch for drafting the STR task force proposal so quickly. That's before us this evening. The recent March 9th meeting brought to the forefront the need for Middletown residents to work with their council members and form the future task force. And so we could dig more deeply into the issues around STRs. And as many other speakers have mentioned, I think we're all in agreement that the main issues are ones of registration issues, improved enforcement of the existing ordinances. STROM as an organization would be very happy to be part of the task force, and I sincerely hope that we will be given that opportunity. There has been obviously a change of events on that tonight, but I do hope that we have some strong applicants and that the council will see the value that we can add. If we are selected, any one of us, we will work in an open-minded manner and hope to be able to offer our hands-on expertise on the realities of effectively running a good short-term rental. Many of us have been in the rental business for decades. Trish mentioned she's been in it for 25 years, and we have a wealth of knowledge between us all to offer that will help the task force and the council in making sound recommendations on real data and experience that we compile in the coming months. I'm hopeful, in closing, that the task force members selected through the application process will be considered for their open-minded and unemotional approach so that we can all effectively move forward in a timely manner with well-vetted recommendations based on fact. Strom members lobbied for the creation of this task force in early March because we sincerely believe, and we still sincerely believe, that we have expertise in the industry that can help the town navigate these waters. It's obviously a tricky subject for Middletown, for Newport, for anybody around in the towns in the US. It's a huge issue. And we do have a lot of expertise, and our goal isn't to create or divide, but to try to help and offer the knowledge that we've gained ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, Dustin Varnell.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Dustin. Your name and address for the record, please. We can
Dustin
hear you.
Varnell, 54 Warren Ave, Middletown, Rhode Island. Thank you for letting me speak. And Councilor Von Villas, Councilor Welch, thank you so much for drafting the amendment and the. I just wanted to talk on a couple of things. The first thing I'd like to say is that we kind of had all these discussions, and one of the big things coming out of this was that basically we needed enforcement. So in those last couple of meetings, we had a couple stories of really negatively impacted people and neighbors, and that was the basis of our conversation. And as we go forward, I think it's really important to remember that I'm not sure how a zoning officer is going to help the people who have that nuisance. I think the zoning officer would go into the house, check the bedrooms, but at the end of the day, the problem is that we have some houses with noise and some really negative affected people. So Strom, which I'm a member of, was organized to help assist that. And I think the police are going to end up having civil penalties to kind of help with that. So I was kind of questioning why the police weren't on there, or if they would be referenced somehow, because I don't know that going straight to a zoning officer or going to the town council or I just would comment on that and ask that they be included. And I also would say that, a lot of us organized as short-term rental owners to try to help with this. Where, like for myself, I actually live in town, I have a single family house and I have a rental house, and I'm vested in trying to keep the community nice and keep it a good place to live. So like I, as a member of Strom, would like to participate in that. So please take that into account. And I would also say that the argument for this and the board that we're going to put together, the team, like I agree that we need to be objective and really try to come to some good decision making. Thank you.
Okay. Just so you know, Dustin, the police chief is going to be, he's not going to be a voting member, but he's going to be an official on that committee.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Rick Maderas.
All right, good evening. Not sure if you can hear me yet.
Good evening, Rick. Name and address for the record, please.
Rick Maderas, 52 Tuckerman. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this late in the evening. But back when many of the short-term rental owners threw out the idea of a task force, I thought it was with one singular mission in mind, which was improvement of ordinances and their enforcement. And VP Rodriguez, I think you even hammered that point home a while ago. So naturally, we all thought ordinance enforcers and those on the front line would make up the vast majority of the task force, but it's not what I'm seeing. I'll give you an example. For starters, Ms. Von Millis decided it was important to include 2 council members into the task force. But literally a few hours ago, she mentioned that the council shouldn't be tinkering with boards or committees. And I agree with her. The concept of the task force was indeed to fix problems and then present solutions to the council so they can ultimately vote on it. So why couldn't we just utilize 1 or 2 of those spots, again, for experts to be included into that task force? Next, Discover Newport. We spoke about Evan already. I'm sure he has plenty of good advice, but maybe as an advisory position. So there's really nothing to speak to there. But meanwhile, we've got 4 spots remaining. Only half of them are filled with individuals who have firsthand knowledge on enforcing ordinances, which are short-term renters like myself. So my question here is, why wouldn't we want an individual from zoning, an individual from the police force to be a voting member on the board, since they're going to be working hand in hand with the first people who you're going to count on to enforce ordinances, which are short-term rentals? In short, if I'm looking at the makeup of the of this task force, you could have zoning and police make up 2 of those spots, and you could have short-term renters making up the other 2. And then maybe you do get 2 people from the public at large with a business owner. But I do have one point that I'd like to make to Councillor Welch and anyone else who's thinking about taking on applications from the public. I'm going to tell you right now, this is only going to attract individuals who are passionate about this. And if you're going to get applicants from the public, they're probably not going to be pro short-term renting, even though we've already established the vast majority of the town is in favor of short-term renters. So I'd like to at least just have you keep that in the back of your mind, because if you really want this to be a fair representation of what we have out there in the public of the 16,000, I would maybe reconsider how you pick those individuals from the public, or include more experts, people who are renting, people who are part of zoning and who are part of the police. Because at the end of the day, those are the people who are going to keep individuals like Mr. Redfern from having bad nights. I'll leave it at that. Thanks for the opportunity. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care.
Thank you, Rick.
Yep.
And Michael Topa. Mike, the clerk's telling me there's 2 Michael Topas on. Could you raise your hand? Thank you. If
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Michael Topa, 71 Aquidneck Avenue. Member of Strom, and I want to thank you all for all the hard work that you're doing. Most of my concerns have been already answered, but out of respect for you guys, I wanted to stay on and thank you. I think that the one point that I think is getting the registration and the enforcement, but the registration, I think it's going to help with a lot of the problems to begin with, and it's also going to generate some more funds for the for this taking care of this problem. So thank you very much, and I appreciate all your time and effort.
Hey, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you calling in. Okay, so we got through that with the call-ins. So what do you think now about after getting feedback? It was came really from both sides. One, what I took away was, maybe Evan could be a good advisor on the non-voting side. And 2, I kind of agree with one of the couple of residents that said, it shouldn't be by area. It should just be at large. That's what I took away from it. So I don't know if you guys took away the same thing or not.
I agree with the Discover Newport. I guess there is precedent that, it makes sense that they should be town residents, and to be on the advice, as long as, I mean, it sounds like he brings a tremendous amount of information, so he needs to be there somewhere. And if it's smarter to, everybody's happier with him being an advisory role, so be it. I'm okay with that. It does change the makeup of the council, of the committee though. So somehow you got to make it an odd number. I don't know if the business owner is the answer. Then the one guy that said, why do we need councils there when, you know, you're not supposed to interfere with the committee? However, part of me says that the committee is brand new. This is a big problem. We have to listen to it, at least to start it. I don't see just, I mean, should we be liaisons instead of voting members? Possibly. I don't know. I don't think we should just, you know, send them off in a room and wait to see what they come up with. So I think they brought up some great points. I don't know the answer.
Just again, listening to you, Mr. Welch, I think that, I'm not sure after listening, it needs to be 2 council members. I think there could be 1 council member that would open up another spot. I think if you take 1 council member off, you take Evan Smith and put him as in the non-voting sector as an advisor, that opens up 2 spots, maybe a business owner and maybe just regular resident. I don't know. As far as, or maybe you do somebody else at large. I don't know. I know they said, well, most of them may not be, you know, in favor or pro STR. I'm not sure how you quite solve that besides getting people and going through the criteria and try and figure out who's going to be the best people on this committee to make this thing happen. It can't be one side against the other. It has to be together. Just like us, we have to be together. It can't be one side against the other. We're going to disagree on things. We're going to talk about it. We're going to work it out and figure it out. And just, that's what the committee has to do.
Mr. President,
Mrs. Santos.
I would like clarification from Mrs. Von Villis and Mr. Welch. When they say residents, are you talking about full-time residents?
I couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
She wants clarification, wanting to know it's when you're talking about residents, you're actually talking about full-time residents, not taxpayers, right? Taxpayer could be somebody that is a second home owner here that is not, this isn't their full-time resident. I think it needs to be somebody that's their full-time residents. Because there's a lot of right, but do you know, just like Evans he lives in Jamestown, but he's on Discover Newport. He's not a Middletown resident. The other people may pay taxes and that's great, but they're not full-time residents. They vote somewhere else.
Anybody that applies for a board, I always make sure they're registered voter before I give it to the council.
Okay. Okay.
I would like to hear if in fact it looks as though Evan should come off as a
Yep.
voting member, I would like to hear what the town administrator would recommend as the 7th person. Because you do have to, as Tom said, you do have to have an uneven number.
I don't have a preference. I think what Paul suggested is it would be 1 council person on there.
Yeah.
That serves as that tiebreaker.
I got to tell you, I'm not even sure the council member should be a voting person. That puts them in a very difficult position as well. Their vote's going to be up here at the end of the day. Not there. I think, you know, just a liaison, and that could open up for somebody else as well. That's just my opinion. And I'm not trying to pick apart what you guys done. You guys brought something to the table, but that's why we talk these things through. And
I agree. I think that, of course, that's true. Why should one council person be able to vote when ultimately we get another crack at it anyway? So if you put them at a liaison, that's fine, but now we're back to even again. Somewhere, in order to make it fair, and I agree, people that are against short-term rentals are going to want on, you know, like Mr. Redfern, he's going to want on because he wants to air out, he wants to make sure that we don't miss anything. And the people that, you know, the Leons and Sarahs, they want to get on because they know what it's all about, and that's the way it should be. But how that odd person,
Yes, ma'am,
I
sorry.
can't hear Counselor Von Villis. Can she lean towards her microphone more?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
If you go to one council member and you take off Evan, then you just increase one short-term rental person and one non-short-term rental person.
Right, but we started with 2 council people.
I know, but. there
But
was
if you're
one-
taking 2 off,
I
one
took-
council,
take
one Evan.
off and Evan off, which reduces it to 5, but 5 is too small a committee. So you make 3 people of each representation
Right. And 1 council person?
and 1 council person.
I think that puts a council person as a
Yeah.
voting member in a very
Right.
difficult deciding vote position potentially.
Terry?
I think, I liked one of the ideas, maybe you put, I don't want to put town employees in that position though.
Yeah.
No. Nope.
Mr. Vice
Oh.
President?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I just wanted to weigh in on the geographical profiling. I know that it was said to maybe eliminate it, but I actually think that to have that apply to both the non-operator and operator is valid, because then you have someone, but just one someone from the Easton's Point area where obviously that, short-term rentals are clustered, but since they are kind of spreading out throughout town, I think it's important to get people from outside this area. So I think the geographic profile is not a bad thing to uphold. Did I understand that the town council is just going to be a liaison, but a business owner was going to take or potentially take the Discover Newport place to be a voting member?
That was discussed, yes. That wasn't nothing in the concrete, but it was brought up.
Okay, so I guess on my list, I'm looking at 5, 1 business owner and 2 operators and 2 representatives. But I think I would like to see each of those 2 sets, operator and non-operator, geographically profiled to make sure we get a representation from the public, from the whole town.
Okay, Mr. Welch.
So if, I'm just trying to think of all the possibilities. If we went to 3 and 3, non-operator, operator, all residents, and then added the business owner, I'm not quite sure that the business owner is a great criteria, because I don't necessarily know what that brings to the table. They have to deal with them too, I guess. But then would it have to be a business owner that is affected by them because it's south of a Goodnick school? I don't know. I don't
And
have
if
a
that
better.
business owner has to be a resident as well.
Right, has to be a business owner, has to be a resident, has to be affected by it, or else it really doesn't do any good. They're out on West Main Road. I don't know the answer. And I don't know how we back up again from what we already said.
Okay,
And if we want Wendy to send the application out, we can't, because we haven't decided.
I don't have a second on the motion anyway.
no, we don't have a second yet anyway, so we don't have to back up at all.
There's nothing we need to back up.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes.
So perhaps what we could do is we leave 1 or 2 or however many undefined, and we see what we get for skill sets in the applications. And the council can choose from the applications and what each individual might bring to the table without having to define it.
I understand what you're saying, but we need to be careful that it's not weighted one way or another. STR or non-STR. That's the catch. We want to make sure it's equal representation. And then maybe we just put a council person on there. I mean, that's up to you guys. Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't see a problem with a council member. I mean, I would if it were someone who had a short-term rental, but I don't see a problem with a council.
Are you
member.
volunteering? Are you volunteering again?
No, no, no.
Oh, all right.
All I'm
just
saying
checking.
is I don't see a problem with a council member who actually, I mean, who doesn't have a one way or another
Right.
opinion, okay? And is really, when you think of it, you need somebody who has the ability to be the moderator. That's what you really need.
You are applying for the job. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. I think that's how you solve it. I do.
What we could do is, I mean, this isn't the end all, right? Like everything else, we give it a whirl. I mean, it's the bet. We've listened to everybody. We came up with what we thought. We try it.
So we need to go forward with the committee or we don't have anything.
Okay,
going.
can we just repeat it one more time based on the new discussion? Please.
Okay, stop me if I'm wrong.
I'll be glad to.
One council member.
Yes.
3 short-term rental operators
Yes.
from various sectors.
Just 3 short-term operators.
I mean, from different, areas.
Yeah, I just think you leave it open. I mean,
All right, okay. 3 short-term operators, 3 representatives from the public,
yes. 3 non-operators,
non-operators.
yes. And then the support staff include,
And then all the
you need to include Evan
And you're
Smith.
gonna include
And
Evan
include it.
Yeah,
And
okay.
with- And with that in mind, they have to be Middletown residents,
Full-time residents,
full-time residents.
That's why I asked.
Voting.
yes. Voting residents.
Yes, registered voters.
Okay.
registered Middletown.
You good with that, Mrs. Santos?
Yes.
Mrs. Von Villis, Mrs. Flynn,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Welch?
About yourself.
I am fine with it, believe me. Not because I want to get out of here. I think it's the right thing to do. And it's like anything else. If we need to tweak it as we go along, we go along, So, okay.
It got,
so
it got
that's
better
your
because the
motion?
public weighed in. That's the best part.
Yes. And that's your motion. And can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. One last thing before we adjourn, Sean, we have a time sensitive.
We have a time-sensitive grant. It's item number 40. I think it's something that we should discuss. It's awfully late to discuss it. What I would suggest, if it's acceptable to the council, I would submit the grants by the deadline. And at our next meeting, we discuss, you make a decision. If you approve them, that's great. If you don't approve them, I will send a letter and withdraw the applications.
So the submission of the grant is contingent upon council approval.
Yes.
Okay.
So he'll submit them, but if you do not approve at the next.
Then I
meeting,
will
they'll
draw them
withdraw.
from the,
right.
so I don't want to rush it.
So does that cover 40, 41, and 42?
Yes, yes.
We'll go
So,
on to the next one.
No, no,
but I just want you to be aware.
let's see, time sensitive in a number of places. I wanna make sure.
Yep. I
And we don't need a vote on that. We just need
I
consensus.
just want you to know what I'm doing, so
Okay.
there's no misunderstandings.
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to second to
Second.
adjourn. Hey, listen, everybody, thank you for your patience tonight. I know it took a little extra, but we tried and we would just continue to at the next meeting. So good job, Mrs. Santos, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
And then we're going to do the rest of the docket
At the following meeting, yes, ma'am.
at the following meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Which will be 12 o'clock midnight.
Nope,
You wanted that?
nope.
Oh.
We spent an extra